Looks like our first round is ready to go. Let's play some Scrabble. This is the latest edition of the SunDeca online tournament that runs on nearly a weekly basis. It was on break last week. I'll be going second in this first game. I'm just going to bring up the notepad when we have a chance. And I have a very likely exchange rack on my very first turn, so we'll see. There's a U there, but we don't have enough vowels to actually do anything about it, so we'll just have to live with the out earn coming down. The only other thing would be to play through something here, but I think I should exchange. We're going to keep NRT, I think. Dump DLLQ, lots of floaters to play through at the moment. And it's kind of a rough start to have to go through a bingo, but yeah, we have very likely a bingo this turn. We will have sorbents, we will have other things like baronets and the other things that are in there, I think. Through the A, maybe we can find something here through U that would hit a double. Very likely what's going to happen is we'll try to go sorbent down here. Kirimon, not bad. Let's take a look at our options just so we know. Sorbent here is 77. Sorbent here is 76, which is actually slightly less, interestingly enough. I'm actually not 100% on Kirimon taking an S at the end. That's the only thing that would make me hesitate on that just a little bit. It's a 1 point difference. I think we want to keep a nice open board so we can come back. Let's go sorbent down here. And then let's see what else is going to happen. So we're a little bit behind, but not too far behind given the circumstances. My opponent just dumped a whole bunch of consonants in a double I. Right now, in terms of my rack, we'll just need to rebalance a little bit. I don't know if we can find anything particularly good here just yet. We have potential parallels over the E, but not with my current tiles, not really, in terms of taking advantage of one of the hotspots. Let's see, we should be able to maybe play parallel to that with something decent. I'm just trying to see what that could be, given that, yeah, the E would have to go behind EW. F or G would have to be what finishes there. I think we can probably go Feg. I don't actually remember if maybe Flag or something is good. I actually am not confident on that. Let's see. Unless we have something else. I would like to undouble the else if I can. Otherwise, there, as you can see, maybe held to pay. I think we just need to take it. We're still keeping pace somewhat, a little bit behind. Now, on the right side, we currently can't really extend that further. So we'll see. We have to do a little bit of undoubling probably. Just try to get rid of A and L somehow, but we'll just have to find a relatively decent scoring spot for that. I don't think that we're really in any kind of situation for a bingo at the moment, but we'll rearrange a little bit in case I'm wrong about that. Sometimes you have some things like the AL ending or EH combination. It's my turn after numerate. Very nice. Numerate. I think we'll probably just go help over here. I don't like keeping a double A like that. But clearly we need to take that spot with the H. I think that's unambiguously going to be the place to go. I'm just trying to see if maybe there's some way that I can dump A instead. I think we just need to take it. Okay, not too bad a draw in terms of consonant vowel balance, given that we were keeping AAL. We actually do have an X spot, rather lightweight one over here. We have a much bigger one up top over here. If that remains open for the X bomb, the obvious thing to do would be tax, and then that leaves you with an amazing leave. I actually didn't even see if there was anything on top here on my previous turn that would have done a little bit better than the help play, but I think we're okay. We're a little bit behind, but the X-bomb would get us back in the game in a very big way. Notice, too, there's still a massive Z or J spot next to the A that will probably have to be dealt with at some point. It's very easy to hit with something big. If we had some kind of 5... that would land the X on the right side spot, that would be great as well, but I don't really see that happening. The big question right now is just whether the X-bomb spot remains open. We have a very, very easy play if that is the case. If that does not remain open, I don't know about this kind of leave. T-A-A-L here for the 36 points just to hit the X-bomb there. That might be okay. And you know what? The tax still fits. Great, tax still fits. Oh, whoops, let's not type it in the wrong place. That'll be awful. Now, of course, my opponent just scored 74 with that, with the Z in that position. Lees. I think that's good. It's a call and sting. But there's a whole bunch of variations on lease and such. Okay. We're close to something. We're very close to something. O from Otalgia is, well, and then do we have a 7? I'm looking for 8s right now. There might actually be something through to E. Where'd my stuff go? There we are. And Mario, welcome and congratulations on your 45 streak. We appreciate your continued attendance. Let me write this down quickly. I'm trying to see here if we have something through the upper E. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that we do. But I need to take a look at this. I feel like we might be missing something here, but I cannot see what it might be. Yeah, the double A, there's definitely a bit of a problem. Now, Z is out of the picture. J is still a risk down for the other A spots. Right now, though, we need to keep things open, and I actually think maybe something like Raga. Only 3 A's in a pool and 5 I's in a pool. I can't remember if Ragi is, but I know Raga is good. Doesn't score much at all, actually. That's kind of terrible. I want to take just a moment longer here to just see if we have an 8. If not, well, this kind of blocks lanes. If you go 44 over this way. We still technically kind of have endings that are possible on the right. This is maybe not great. 24, though, if we get rid of some of that stuff. I feel like we're definitely missing something here. Oh, we need to take a look at the ing ending. ing ending. And I do not see it. Let me alphagram this quickly in case something jumps out at me. Now, if we go aga here, that kind of kills the ing idea. We are bingo behind right now. We do need something. We do still have open lanes on the board. I don't really like closing up like that. That's the thing. We still have open lanes on either side. And so I want to maybe score a little bit to keep pace, but this might not be the answer. But we need to decide because I'm burning too much time on this turn. Let's go with it. If we had kept an A rather than an I, we would have had an apostle and some other stuff like that. Allopots. Allopots? No, I'm thinking of something else. Apostle. But yeah, now the double I's, as I kind of feared, might be a problem. And oh, okay, Y is going to take that spot. That's fine. It was an obvious risk that somebody had to deal with. I am about 100 behind at this point, though. And yeah, we really need to deal with the I problem. I want to keep lanes open on the outside, but it's a little bit difficult to see how. I mean, we can do a really low scoring play over here for 12 just to maybe stretch out a little bit. I feel like we can do better. But whatever it is, like we need to deal with the I problem. This is silly. 16, but do we have something that would go behind the OK? Not really. It blocks up a little bit up top, in fact. POI over here, 21. That's not too bad. It doesn't really obstruct lanes more than we already have. And yeah, about a 20 score to rebalance the rack. Maybe we can work with that. I don't really like it, but we'll go with it. Still in quite a great deal of trouble here. Yeah, we've been in a bit of my trouble. I kind of foresaw that when we made this Aga play up top. That we definitely, I had eyes in the pool. That were a bit of a problem, but at least we're kind of, keeping the score within striking range of one bingo. Notice that there are 2 blanks still unseen. And so it is quite possible that my opponent still has another big play coming soon enough, especially with us leaving the outer lanes open. Last over here, wow, double S. Scores 27 on that. That's actually not a lot of points for dumping the double S, but I guess very potentially it might be holding a blank. 1 G in the pool to go on top of glass. 2 C's in the pool to go on top for class. I'm just trying to see what we can do here because like we really need to get rid of some of this stuff. Like the U and the V together are just dumping on my entire rack. Do we keep two eyes and just try to stretch out a little bit with V here for nothing? And then it does take an O on the left side. We do not hold the O right now, though, so I'd basically be handing that to my opponent with 5 O's in a pool for the ovum front hook. And that might actually obstruct more space. That's actually kind of a terrible play, I think. We really need to get rid of some of this. A lot of space is starting to close up now, and so I don't know that we have a very good idea. How about just Avi over here? That scores almost nothing, but at least it continues to stretch out just a little bit to give us like a top S hook. Or a D hook, we draw one of the 3 Ds. We have some vowel balance. Okay, here we go, here we go. This is starting to get somewhere. I don't see a 7 here yet, but... for 8 lanes, notice the P is still available. We're not going to be doing a double I bingo through this I don't think. But P down below is something we still need to look at. We are close to something. But we'll see if something goes together. Chess Bunzo, welcome. Yeah, as expected, the last play was a C setup. Okay, we really have a little bit of vowel trouble at the moment. Stretch out here for 14. I mean, the thing is, we're at a point where a single bingo isn't actually going to get us over the line at this point, not with 18 in the bag. 2 blanks unseen, by the way. Now, there's lots of room on the board. I'm trying to see if we can think about a front hook there. We might even go like this, because that, well, it wouldn't have anything. So yeah, okay, going like this, EUK gives you the Y front hook. I don't currently hold that. It does give you the E to play through as a floater. That is potentially useful. You like this, we would be hoping to draw into something like a D or N or some of the blanks representing that. That has an open lane that might be a little harder for my opponent to immediately close off. I actually like doing that. And of course, we try to Q right after using the U. All right, it's just going to be that kind of game. But we'll see if we can find a QI play somewhere. That's silly. That did not work out at all. Oh well. We don't really even have a convenient place to just play off QI by itself. Like, we might just dump Q here, keep double I, have a 24 score, but then keeping double I is what it is. That totally locks down that spot there, but I guess that maintains the opening next to the end lane, in theory. And yeah, Chess Benzo, thanks for dropping by for your watch streak as well. Cobb Buke. Buke like a rebuke. Yeah, that's a Collins thing, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I kind of thought that maybe some kind of closure would happen there. That doesn't score too much, at least. Well, 24, okay. But yeah, we're way behind. I'm not going to win this one, but we'll see. The thing is, I'm not getting enough turnover by playing soft, silly stuff like this. And we have 2 blanks on C, and my opponent's likely to hit something and just cross 500 at this point. Surely there's something in here. And let me think about this. There's too many vowels, too many I's specifically. So Jag is just going to go down there. Yeah, my opponent's fishing off 1 because he's probably holding a blank. I'm just going to go ice up top. This is being so fishy. I'm just going to get hit hard with something. At least we have the blank now, so we'll have something. I don't know that we'll necessarily have something ending in the P, for instance, but we have 2 lanes. We're going to hit something. Utensil etc. We might be able to hit something through here. With the R, I only see things like lustier, so we wouldn't actually stretch all the way. So yeah, you could go something lustier over here, utensil down here. Again, I'm trying to see if the P will hit something. But if we can't actually end with a P with something like a UP ending, it's not going to be useful. Yawn over there. So I want to still maximize risk on the board. If we have something like utensil, then technically this might still fit something. There are only 7 in the bag, though, so this actually empties the bag. And if you look at the bag, there's so much duplication, 3Ds, 3Os, V, etc. Like, we're not really likely to draw something. But we want to make it so that when we play one bingo, we still technically have 2 lanes. I mean, these lanes obstruct each other, so they kind of count against each other in a way. But yeah, utensil over there. Let me just make a little check here, like 71, don't score more, or, you know, I'm trying to remember how to spell the other one in there. Lunius, maybe? No, that won't fit. I think we maintain lanes. Try to go utensil, try to draw blank, bingo, and that is not going to happen. We'll draw something very gooey instead. So yeah, that was a very minor point sacrifice to kind of theoretically have something fit, but we're obviously not going to get it with the empty bag, and at least my opponent is not going to get anything that decent off of the blank rack. So we'll lose, but yeah, at this point, let's just play off gooey or something. They've got T blank DD. I don't know that I really want to optimize this. We just need to kind of play for equity and deal with it. I'm just looking around to see if maybe we have a better place somewhere. I think we do this. I am pretty sure my opponent will have an out. We haven't actually looked at it because I've got 2 minutes. But I'm not totally convinced. Like, I can see with like 3 consonants in a blank that it is actually quite possible that my opponent is not going to go out. Might parallel next to the O to hit a big score, but at least, well, if I have this, then what's my out in 2? We have or over here. We have oats down here. So we have a guaranteed out in 2. It's just not going to score anything. So I think we just take it because I see it as a play. That'll get us over the line for 400 at least. And yeah, we were just kind of chasing a bingo behind the whole time near the end, and then kind of fell 2 bingos behind because we had so many clumsy racks to deal with for a lengthy stretch, but at least utensil rescued us slightly. So yeah, I'm looking for whether my opponent actually has an out. I don't see one, but in the meantime, I'm going to see if we actually have a better play that doesn't just score 3 points. Because I might, but I don't know that for a fact yet. And yeah, so as expected, it's going to be the parallel for 25. I knew I was giving that back, but maybe it would have been a better idea to play something else first. Like, if we were thinking about it properly, play off gooey last if we actually had a second place for it, which I'm not surprised, which I'm not convinced rather that we do. So I'm just going to look around to see if we have a play that goes over 3 points. I have a 5-point play down here with Opa. I'm just trying to see if there is anything whatsoever that does at least slightly better than that. There might be, but we've got 40 seconds. We can't really be too picky. Let's just take it and finish. So it will be a loss in the first game. Very well played by my opponent here. And yeah, all words as expected are valid. I don't think there was anything really questionable. Now, this group, as I always say, tends to move pretty quickly, so we might not really have any downtime to look at missed plays before the next round. I might scroll through it quickly just in case, because there was one turn where I felt like maybe we had something with the double A that we had when I was looking through the E. So let me just, first of all, update our record to show that we lost the first round and that we're going to be heading into round 2 very soon. And we'll just run this through quick and dirty check. So outurn for my opponent. Oh, we could have actually just played Trank here. It's a very slight plus in equity, though. Keeping 3 constants, I guess, is actually not favored. This is a minus 153. I was thinking, okay, we'll probably, draw 2 values or something at that point, but that's actually disfavored. Whoops, scrolled the whole screen for a moment. Keeping R is actually best by itself. We don't know leave values well enough. That's one of the things with comparing exchanges. Is that, yeah, so NRT has a little too much constant duplication to be as valued there. Now let's continue. So we did change. Kiramon is pretty good, tied for the highest scoring play. I don't even know what that is. This is a Japanese imperial crest with leaves and flowers. It does take the S on the end, which I wasn't 100% on. Sorbent, there was a second spot for Sorbent. Yeah, that's the other spot we saw. We saw both of those. A couple of spots for things like Ribstone, but I think Sorbent's fine. Like, it opens up quite a bit. It does take the S on the end, which I think I remembered, but I wasn't sure. But leaving that volatility on there was actually helpful, I think. Was that even open later when we had an S? It might have been. And yeah, Fleg is good. I doubted this for a moment. Fleg, it is Scots. I would have seen it. I would have looked over that set of 4s before. Fleg is obviously the better play here. I just was not confident in it. As you can see, undoubling the L's is a huge gain in equity for just a plus 2 points. My opponent finds numerates. I do find help down here. Alpha was the kind of thing I should have tried to find. I realized afterwards, after playing help. But that's okay. We'll keep going. Lees is going to be best there. Tax will be best there. Pretty simple to play through stuff like that. Aga is actually pretty well valued here. Olga does even better. And yeah, that might have been something I should have considered. I think I was thinking at the point that maybe we still had some possibilities of leaving the L open on top for some kind of ending. That did not come together. So yeah, this scores 21. This, oh, I didn't actually see this positioning. Scores 31 is going to drop the T here, but it kind of helps keep pace, which is what we needed at that point, just to get within a 1 bingo range. At this point, yeah, I suspected that when my opponent played off 2 S's, that it was either a setup on top of the last or it was keeping blank because these were the last 2 S's. And if you felt that confident dumping both, then 1 blank was probably being held there. So yeah, Avi was actually kind of not totally unreasonable if you look at equity here, because I certainly didn't want to spend the last S when that would have permitted us some potential endings down the right side. And then my opponent has so many options at this point. Uke actually does well. Look at this. So both of these plays I was considering, they come out top by equity, and it was just a matter of what kind of opening I want to make to create space. Even though that was easily blocked, but you kind of want to keep pace with the number of openings available on the board. Down here, we have, my opponent just explicitly trying to block things off, but keeping JVW, really. Probably banking on still scoring with a J. Yeah. Oh, I missed a big spot here. I didn't even look at that. That would have at least kind of kept us within a one bingo range, maybe, depending on how the end game shakes out. So actually, because the S hook is an absolutely critical, the main problem with that is that it blocks off the left lane, and then the right lane can close down very quickly after that. You don't need to do much to close down the right lane at that point. You just need like a short play this way, as long as it doesn't give too much back on the right. So that would have been a little bit of a risk. Anyway, my opponent is looking at all this stuff and just decides to continue outrunning a bit. Ice is actually maybe not totally unreasonable given the circumstances. Then I had lots of options here. Again, my priority was to try to keep a second lane open, which is why we preferred to take fewer points to play on the left, because I was thinking, given the pool, if we have a miracle draw in that pool, then that has some potential. And yeah, from that point on, GUI looks like it is going to be the best sequence. And then, or actually scores 6 over here. I didn't see that spot. But otherwise, we found one of the many 5-point plays that were available. So we didn't totally blow at that game. I guess we worked with what we got. Okay, unusually, I'm not actually being pulled into the next game yet, despite burning all our time. So we're probably waiting on somebody. And we'll see what's going on. There's a delay in one of the other rounds because someone came in late. Yeah, someone's actually playing with a shorter clock right now because they were offline for the first few minutes. But round 2 is ready, so we're going to jump into that in just a moment. So let's do it. I will be going second. I don't really see very many 8 possibilities here, but never say never. Even with like an end to play through for ING, no, I don't think so. I would think we just need to drop some consonants. I don't think we can get rid of the BG and the F all at once, but we can get rid of 2 of them and probably with the O in some fashion. And yeah, Chess Benzo, thanks for wishing me good luck. This is a very tough opponent. He's actually the one who organizes this group, and I've played him pretty much every time I've done this event, and I don't beat him that often. We've had some very interesting endgames before, though. And yeah, Chess Bunzo, you want to get rid of you by getting rid of BG. Well, we'll just dump you straight in the bag, and who knows, you might come back out in good time. Bit of a long first turn here. We'll see what's going on. I mean, again, we're playing the director of this group, and so sometimes non-zero chance that he's dealing with stuff. Trental. I would not have been 100% confident about playing this, but like it's pretty high probability, and I think we're not going to question it. I don't know if there's a B fog. There's a D fog. I don't know if you can B fog something. I wouldn't try it, and we can regret it later. Yeah, this is not very parallel friendly. I should see if there is some way to hit double through the E, but I'm not seeing it really. So we can go Ganef. I don't know if we want to drop the E though. That's the only thing, but it does cross over and open up a little bit. The other thing we can do is maybe just go like Bog or something. Trental probably doesn't take an S. I don't know, but then if you put bog down, then you don't have to guess later. It's a bit of a point sacrifice. Rock and let's have to Ganov 21 here. Let's take it. I am just doing a bit of a sanity check here to see if there's anything through to E, like with an FIES ending, GIES ending. Let's take it. Spent too much time with that. Leveled. Oh, you know what? We have a J spot there, but I can't take it because we don't have anything to go over the L to match. We have stuff like Fjord for 32. Unfortunately, you can't have Fjordies or something, but people who live on a fjord. Trying to see if we have anything else that can go there. Yeah, we can't just wait for another turn to hit the O spot. I think it's not going to stay open that long. But this is actually kind of tempting. Totally makes it look like I have an all-consonant rack. It's a bit of a vowel heavy leave. Then we continue to open up some space. Oh, I don't know. I don't like very many of our options here in general. I should also, again, continue to look at the central spot here for stuff that might work. I think we'll just take it. The worst case, we hit some kind of triple through there. Anyway, we have incisor, Saracen. Hang on, I always get these confused. Saracen, which goes with sincere. And then there's Saracen. I actually don't know. But we do have incisor. Irenix isn't here. Actually, don't. I'm questioning incisor right now. Irenix is definitely good though. Incisor would go through here. But if we just go through here for this double, we don't need to guess. Irenix, I'm pretty confident in. So if it gets kicked, it gets kicked. Takes an E in front too. Irenic does anyway. Irenical. Yeah, it's good. I think my opponent accepts it. I trust him. Let's see. The X is a bit awkward here. Do we have anything that we can do here? Just get rid of it in some spots. We can do something like the problem with something like ducks is that it just kind of closes off on the left, and I feel like we might be able to do better. Ducks over here, 31. Well, I mean, it's closed on the left anyway because that's C. But at least the L is a starting tile that is possible. This really kills bottom left. Like, bottom left just dies after this play. I'm trying to see if we can find something better, but I obviously do need to... This doesn't land the X on anything. Maybe we would just go Duchy or something. And then we keep ducks as a play for multiple spots after that, maybe. Yeah, because why would we just dump the X there for no points, right? Let's do this. And then... Okay, now we have a few more options. Still not great. I'm trying to see if we still have something really heavy that will go to the N. Things like the UP start sometimes have some potential. If not, now's a good time to just go ducks. I feel like we can do better with that. But having pike, and then we draw into, I don't know, turnpike or something after that. Let's think about this. Yeah, that's kind of low scoring for a U play, but I need to rebalance a bit. And it's possible to follow that up at least with something like a PI starting to right. And we have the E to go behind ID as well for. So, for example, we can go Kepi next turn after this, right? Like that would be a nice setup if it remains open, which I really don't expect. Now we have stuff like Pokier and such, but anyway, Kepi is 41 over here. Attain's very nice. We can actually kind of come close to catching up just with Kepi, and it's not an unreasonable leave. And yeah, essentially it looks like a setup because that's what it was. It actually went exactly the way I hoped. Attain's really close off the left side. After this, apart from the S start next to XI, this is not really a bingo board. Like you have some distant possibilities through here and such, but we're going to keep even with score though, so I think we might be able to get away with this to some extent. Here, this is looking at something like Hoi over here for 36. KY doesn't take anything in the back, though, I think. E, maybe? KYE? Yeah, no, it takes E. But it doesn't take S. KY doesn't take S. Also, H over here, if we have something that can go in this spot. Very tempting to just go something like this. Very risky. Drops S hook, A hook. I'm trying to do something that will land H something something Y, but I don't see it. Anyway, up top, yeah, so the KY idea died off, but we'll see. Also, Bog would take the Y hook down below if we go with something like Yogi. That was too many vowels, perhaps. Very vowel heavy bag, though. 20 vowel, 16 consonant bag. Maybe we can actually get away with this. We need to undouble the Y anyway. Maybe we can actually get away with it. This makes this a very non-bingo board. It closes off tons of stuff. Yogi would take the N in the back. And then we keep the H idea on the left. And we have the N. We have to deal with the Q, though. Likely we just play QN through this. Unless we see something significantly better. I think we have to do it. By equity, I think that's actually very, very clearly the best, but let's look carefully first. We have a lot of potential follow-ups after this play. It does dangle a pretty big S hook behind it, obviously, that we cannot take advantage of at the moment. But I think we have to do it. We still don't really have anything good through here. At least I don't think so. Also, let's take a look at this. Possibly, yeah, something like a way prefix or suffix. I don't see it, though. We are pretty behind. Grain, yeah, that's good. It goes, grain, well, no, with the S, it's the super, super common 7. So, yeah, no, that has to be good. We can go probably 8W. Like, I would actually, well, W and H synergize together, so maybe that's not the worst. Wash over here would actually Allow for some kind of follow-up under H. I really don't like keeping it at Y, but now something like hey. There are 6 E's in the bag, so getting rid of the E in such a vowel-heavy bag might not actually be the best. Might not be the worst idea. I'm pretty sure hey doesn't take an S on the end, so that might actually be safe. I actually like this idea. Let's do it. And of course, we're going to draw into 3 A's while you've got 6 E's still in the pool at this point, which 6 E's with double blank. We'll see how that goes. We'll probably just play AWA somewhere and be done with it. You know. Although, wow, that actually kind of sets up P on the left side if you do something like that. However, my opponent also has potentially B or W or M to kill that spot as well and make a mess of it. But this is kind of interesting because we actually do potentially threaten a score over there if, for example, my opponent is holding one or both blanks or lots of E's and is building towards a bingo and is having trouble actually hitting that spot with a consonant. This is interesting. Very vowel heavy. That's what that tells me. So I actually kind of like this idea. The only other thing would be, Awa over here for 9, which doesn't do much. I mean, I guess that kills the potential for a triple spot there, but are we worried about that? 12 in the bag? I don't know. We do this. We threaten P on the left, but my opponent potentially hits and hits hard. But then we have a somewhat balanced leave for a counterplay. Let's do it. Double blank. Look at that. We might actually get out of this one alive. If I can find a bingo. I have 5 minutes. I actually don't know that I can find something here. The thing about double blank is that it just kills your clock. Yeah, so he's going to kill that spot. Now, surely we can see it. I am looking through the U, incidentally. Five in the bag. We have to be very, very careful here because of the potential for double E draw. Worst case, we go pub here and we still threaten something, but there's only one lane at that point, and my opponent probably sees this as a tell. However, technically 2 lanes. S hook here, S hook here. So let's see. I'm almost certainly missing something. That's the thing with double blank. It's like you probably have something, but you just can't see it. Looking at UP prefix, looking at UN prefix, looking at what else we can do. Oh, I don't know. The B and the P together, that's a problem. We might want to play that off and buy time, knowing that I'm likely to bingo, but I might not bingo for much of a score. That's the issue at this point, unless I hit this turn. Like if we hit pub on the top, we have to hit next turn. And the thing, though, that could work in our favor is that I think it's unlikely that both lanes get blocked. Looking at bars, looking at PR stuff, pre and pro and so on. We need to buy time. We need to buy time. I'm going to do this. Okay, this has got to hit. There's no way this misses. This has got to hit. We might even be able to do a parallel on this side if it remains open. And my opponent sees 3 in the bag. Like, he's got to be worried about bingo at this point, and he's going to try to find a block. But without something to go at the end of Yogi, he's not going to block both. So he's going to try to score, and I'm going to hit one. So we'll be looking at something like you know, like aligners. Okay, so killing that spot, that's understandable because then the idea is that I would probably give a triple back. However, we might be able to avoid it if we go through the S here. Now, the thing is, I can usually find this stuff, but I can't find it quickly. Intense or no, this is, okay. Yeah, we're so short on time. The idea is that he wants to hit a triple after I hit this. And I can avoid it if I can find the S play that ends with QINS. I need to maybe, like, can you write this stuff? Like, it's like you get a retina's bingo off this. How can I can't see it? Like, this should be just the easiest thing, but anodizer. Okay, anodizer. Now, does he have something that would kill this spot? Because if he doesn't, I think we can actually get a win off of this. Because he's not going to score well enough unless he hits that spot with something. Let's take it. I don't have time to look at it. I need to just play it. We have a W to finish. Oh, that was so hard to spot under time pressure. Anyway, we have 10 on the top here with AW. We have 6 down here with EEW. Sub and welcome. And yeah, so the 10 up top is probably the way to go. We have a whole bunch of 6 plays. I'm just trying to look around to see if we have any other 10 spots with DW or better. I'm very curious to see what he's going to do with this turn because I think I have the win. Because I'm going to have 428 at best with the W. He's not going to be able to block that spot without keeping the V and giving it up. So he's not going to be able to deal with the top spot without giving up the V. So that means I have 428. That means I am... well, he would need plus 45 on a play. And probably on the previous play with EE, I mean, he was probably just, holding way, way too many E's and thinking that if there's a blank in the bag, he still has a reasonable bingo draw, which is a very good surmise, like if he sees that as the winning route. But I may actually have this one. So let's see if it happens. Revere, wow, look at that. So, but it will lose. It will lose. And so I will take this top spot and win it. So yeah, that was hard to work out. Like I have so much trouble with double blanks, but like this is the easiest possible double blank rack. You know you're going to get something like a retina's bingo, but there are so many of them that to have the S in that specific spot was an absolute pain. And the whole point of the S in that spot is to avoid counterplay, right? Because not only is he dumping vowels of the E's in that turn, but he's kind of thinking, okay, if I bingo here, or if I bingo below with something, he actually has a reasonable way to come back on a triple word score. So to find an exact play that does not give back a huge triple play I think was difficult. I'm actually kind of curious what other possibilities there would have been. And this is one to run through the sim. Like the equity table is not going to tell you how to solve that one. And what was it? A one in the bag situation. One in the bag situation. Yeah, you can kind of iterate through it and see. But I kind of wonder if maybe there was something that could have been lost through the triple letter double word combo on the right. Anyway, we probably don't have too much time to look at it because, again, that went down to the wire. But we can step through quickly before we get tugged in. Let me update the record. We'll be proceeding to round 3 at a 1-1. And we will take a look at what we can. Won't have too much time to talk about it, I don't think. So yeah, Trental, good, relatively high probability one to learn. The double T puts this kind of rack down the probability table quite a bit. And so it's one of those that, yeah, there's no other 7, as you can see. It's the only 7, and it is a Collins only 7, as far as I can remember. A series of 30 Requiem masses. Good to know as a musician. So Begift I didn't see. Begift actually gets rid of all 3. Befog is good. I did see Befog. I thought it wasn't good. But now that I think about it rationally after having played the game, yeah, of course it's good. So I saw that, backed off. We considered the kind of usual gone if stuff, but gone if, the whole set. So ultimately, the choice here might not have been great, but it kept something balanced. My opponent really kind of struggled with some racks in this one. Fjord does reasonably. J.O. by itself does reasonably, given the leave there. Look at that. It sacrifices 7 points, but is actually +4 ahead in the leave because, you know, this is pretty vel heavy. But this ended up giving me the big spot for Irenix, which actually turned out to be the big bingo. Saracen, this spelling, that's the one I was thinking of. Because if you have 2 E's, it's C-E-R-E. If you have E and I, it's S-E-R-I. It is so tricky to keep those 2 straight. But we found Irenix on the double-double. That was best. And yeah, I'm glad I didn't go for incisor. There is no incisor. But I was correct that there's something in that rack. Anyway, Flan is over here. This actually turns out best. By equity anyway, but very slightly. Ducks, as you can see, was considered reasonable. I am being called into the next round. Let me just skip through quickly. This was a really interesting game, so if I can remember to have time at the end to look at it, we will, because I think this has been one of the rather tricky endings here, and absolutely a bit of a risk to give him the left side to try to draw something. Yeah, so as you can see, no bingos here. Double blank, no bingos available. So I'm glad I didn't waste too much time on it. And, oh, hay actually does take an S. Oh, I think it's a Collins thing, actually. Well, yeah, to dance to hay. There's a dance called a hay, I guess, if you're haying something. Anyway, we do have to go to the next game. So if I can remember, we'll try to look at that one again afterwards. So let's go. Okay, we'll be first. I'm trying to see if we have anything that would land one of the 4 pointers on the double words. We probably do. I don't think you have a wifey, but fiery is not too bad. Keeps 2 constants, a little awkward. Displacement 30. It might be okay. I feel like that could be improved. But I don't know that we'll see it. Let's take it. We'll have some stuff to play through, and we'll see what kind of terrible situation I've got myself into with that play. Absolutely played off too many vowels. I really didn't like keeping the W, but I didn't see the better play, so sometimes you just have to deal with it. So yeah, I'm gonna just type one thing here. So yeah, haze was a Collins only word. I should have remembered that actually, because now that I look at it, I realize I would have seen it come up as one of those weird S hooks that if you are an NWL or a WoW player, you think of that as one of the words that you're very confident does not take the S. And that was a little bit misjudged when I should have known better. Anyway, can you have Barfy? R doesn't fit anyway. Barfy. I think it's probably not. Barfy with an I actually is good. So can you have... I'm trying to see. The I is actually the problem here. I'm trying to see. Yeah, that keeps so much stuff. We really need to get rid of some of the consonant stuffing here. However, FY by itself is actually not terrible. 31 points, and we kicked the can down the road when it comes to the vowel problem. And you see, now we're looking at something a bit more playable. I have to remember some of the call-in stuff is available sometimes. And then we can do something like wob up here for 24 for the next turn. Look at that beautiful leave, if we managed to get that. Beautiful leave, and we have the A for hooks on top. So if that's available, that will be preferred, but we'll see if it happens. If it doesn't happen, is this a little risky? Ball down here. It's risky, but again, you know, we might have something interesting to play through. If something blocks up top anyway, we should be reconsidering what's available anyhow. But yeah, right now I'm really looking at this play as the best choice. It looks fantastic, actually. CH, that's interesting. Notice that CH is going to take a whole ton of vowels below. I think, I don't know if my opponent is actually setting up necessarily as more of a get rid of consonants play. Now, we're both doing the getting rid of consonants plays, you'll notice. And the pool might not reflect what's going on there yet, but I think I stated a plan. And there we go. There's our ruinate, taurine, urinite, etc. rack. So that's going to hit a ton of stuff. So, you know, something like taurine out here. That's going to get hit. Oh, that's too bad. But we can still... Yeah, do we like that spot for the E? I don't know. U through here is maybe not too bad. This opens up like crazy regardless. It's too bad. My preferred spot is gone. I'm trying to see if maybe there's something that we can do with the hooks on by. I don't think so. I don't see it. I think we're probably looking at this. Urinate, taurine, urinate. Do we care about urinate or urinate? I guess it depends on what's going under the CHI. And what's going under the I is a potential bingo start. Let's just take this. We don't need to waste too much time optimizing that stuff. Notice that we have stuff like Zek for 52 if that stays open. I'm trying to see if we have something that would go through the left side. It's kind of nice to have the blank here in the situation, but we'll be looking at some kind of small Z play. I don't really see something good that would take the Z on the left in terms of something that will go through to U. So yeah, first choice is easily Zek over here, but I don't necessarily expect it to remain open. It's just too volatile a spot. And I think it's rather likely that it will be taken. I don't think I'd necessarily consider something like ZE here. It scores 44, but look at the rack below that. Yeah, I guess I would have defended against the R better. I was kind of running through my head, CHA or CHI, which one is worse for kind of high point hooks at the end, and I didn't have time to really consider that properly. Oh, Zek, not Zep. Actually, Zep keeps the CK synergy for a 4-point sacrifice. P is a better tile to work with than the K, but CK together could actually do something for me. And Zep, if we do this, then K goes down below, but K would not be a very good starting tile. Playing K gives you P as a starting tile under ZE. Well, let's go Zek. Take the points. Now, we won't really be able to do much down here, except, we can just go, whoops, pot, unless there's pot something that we're not seeing. Not quite a crackpot. That's 29, but then it kills the spot as well, which is important. We'll see if there's something else that I'm not. I don't think we have much to work with here, but we'll see if my opponent takes the ZE hook somehow. ZE takes a lot of stuff in behind, so. Yeah, because the thinking here was that if I played ZEP up top instead, then we went with a ZEK follow-up down below. We might have CK synergy, but you're not going to get that if you're using the K in starting position. And so keeping P gives you better follow-ups in both spots. Like P can follow up here, P can follow up here. I'm way ahead in this one, actually. We've had a great start. So let's just wait and see what happens. It is, of course, very much in my interest to start closing up when we can. On this board currently, I think it'll actually not take too much effort to shut things down. Also notice that the E here is not actually that safe, because if you have S as the third tile, this could hit decently hard with the heavy consonant up top. So the E kind of looks safe, but then you realize, oh, actually, you still have the S hook on Uranite that is a potential risk. Yeah, obviously we need to dump some consonants. Pot in the bottom is probably best unless. Oh, we have protect. We have. Oh, now I see protect right as that gets blocked. Okay, I just saw protect and then whoops, that immediately went down and blocked it. I don't see another spot for protect, unfortunately, because we do not have the PR start available over to K. That's too bad. I mean, we saw that and it just immediately got stopped like the moment I saw the possibility. So we might just continue this idea then, unless we have something like a protract to play through. Do we have an R or an A to play through? No, nothing close to that. However, Pot something, pot cart, pot. I think we just take the pot. Yeah, it's a very close board right now. We're still about, I don't know, bingo and a half ahead. We are in a bit of a tricky constant situation here, though. The play over here will almost certainly just be a shot over here. This still keeps lots of clunk, but we just need to kill hotspots right now, and then we're at risk of my opponent catching up with the bingo on the right on a pot, either with just an 8 on top or a 7 beside for a higher score. This up here is obviously still a risk for 7s if someone wants to open way up. But those are the spots at the moment. There's also the buy lane down here. So that's roughly what we're looking at in terms of risk. Pote. Yeah, so Mueller. Now, this is tough to play through because we don't really, you know what? We will just dump the blank. We're going to dump the blank for eject. It rebalances decently. It scores decently. This is a situation where we have to spin the blank on a non-bingo. Did I keep the R for reject? We did keep the R for reject. I should have just played reject. But now we have an ING bingo potentially, so. Why didn't I just play reject? Okay. Instead of keeping 3 constants. Yeah, I just dumped eject on there and I saw the R afterwards. Well, I mean, I guess in theory, you can have an R hook on the left side now. And that's one of the problems is that by not playing reject, I mean, technically I'm holding R to hook there, but my opponent could very well just hook there as well. I'm trying to see right now if we have something that will go through the E in eject, because that's the obvious thing that we should be looking for. That springed? Or can you only have sprung? Visited. Well, you see, okay, you see, this is the problem. This is what happens when you don't play reject, right? Like we completely set ourselves up for that, and now it's nearly a tie game. Oh, that was embarrassing. Okay. Let's see about this. Priding, but we don't have a spot for priding by itself. Dripping, we actually do have that. Well, let's go dripping. Now, we have 2 spots. Dripping through here, 74. The other one doesn't hit double, but it does hit the double here, 62. I think we just have to take the points, especially because dripping, almost certainly, I would say, 6CS. There's no triple risk on the right side, so yeah, we just take it. And then that seems to be the right blank placement. We can actually take the lower spot. 72 here. Wait, hang on. 74 here. I'm just thinking about what's better for defense. That gives you 2 lanes on a D up and down. It gives you the triples. I'm going to take this. It's a 2-point sacrifice for a very minor optimization. We have potentially some things here. We have Equid over here. And oh, we're so close to something tequila related on the right side, but it's not quite happening. I'm trying to see if we have something through here too with a Q in second spot. Equine. We have equine there, actually. So this is first choice right now. We have equine. 48. Ouch, shave. Okay, this is actually a close game all around. Let's take a look at this carefully. quid 53. Keeps LEN. That actually might be best because then you don't have to deal with triple necessarily. And we still have some bingo risk. So equine, not a great leave. And it's only 48. However, oh no, at quid here, because EE is good and calling 77. That's best. That's clearly best, I would say. I see no reason not to take it. We take it. And then now we have a potential X situation. I'm still looking at X potentially on the right side to see if we can stretch it. If not, we'll find something else to do with it. I don't actually see good X spots right now. But yeah, Ion's going to go down over there. I think we just need to play something on top, like, whoops, Axel. And I don't know. Let's think about this for a moment. Because we keep ENT, that's actually very kind of bingo friendly in a situation where, we're ahead, but we want to leave some possibilities. The X is in a spot where my opponent could counterplay and score back, but the question right now is, do we actually care about that? I'm trying to see if we have a better play. So, for example, a safer play with the X would be something like this, but then it puts you in a worse position for next turn if you need to counterplay something. So I think we actually just take Axel, and if my opponent is going to take that as a hotspot with 7 in the bag, at least it means that probably we can close off on the right side for bingo defense to turn after that. Like if you do a parallel play next to the X, for instance, we can close off after that and then secure the win. So we'll take it. Now, as you can see, 3 tiles in the bag, but there are definitely some bingo possibilities in the pool at the moment. We also do not have the vowels to do what my opponent just did and take the E spot. Do we have a K to play through for not weed? And we don't. But you see the weed suffix is always a good one to look at. I actually don't know what Pote takes at the back. I'm not going to risk putting the D there when I don't know it. Now, look at what my opponent has. What is the risk currently? The risk is anything off the right side. But if you close that off, I think there should not be other lanes. Because right now the lanes are this. Do we see something with a 7 that is going to be an A ending or an E ending? That's one risk. The other risk is something down here, which due to the C, we can't actually block everything unless we play from the R. It may actually be best to play something up road. Not very many points. But I'm just looking at the pool and trying to figure out, is there something that will land on the D? And we have to be pretty careful about this. Now, the thing about the pool is that if I keep ENT, we have a very high likelihood of an out in 2. If I were responsible about this, we would... Oh, you know what? There's the L here as well. I actually didn't even think about that. L is absolutely a bit of a spot there as well. Let's see here. I see some stuff like, I think Casernas or something, where if my opponent knows it, there could be, like, the best kind of bingo defense would just be to play road and just stretch all the way to the right and just block everything. There is still going to be the risk of something through the L. I'm trying to see if there is something with something like an ABLE or... But with a double S, maybe that's not too much of a problem. I think we have to take road. I do not see anything off the D, but I might be wrong. There might be something through the L. It would be tricky. I do see possibilities through these three columns. And so, like, if we don't know how to iterate through it exhaustively, like a top expert would be, we just need to take what we can. And that is what we can do. So now we look for the out. If we have something inert up top, I see. This is one out. So we're looking at inert in this spot. Surely we have something through one of the E's in the lower positions, but I'm not actually sure. But first choice will be inert. And then, we would enter over here, like enter over here, or even center through here. So let's compare points here because I'm not going to add it up mentally. 10 points through here, 14 points off here. Inert is 13 points here. So first choice is going to be enter here, 14. Second choice, inert up here. So yeah, we're over 500 at this point, actually. So yeah, I still think, despite the bit of shootout that we had up in the top. Oh, actually, enter no longer fits because of the A, but we will get inert up top. I'm just going to look around to see if we can find something better in the meantime, but I actually don't really think we will. So let's just take the win. So yeah, one move that I consider a really big goof in this game was to not play the R on reject instead of eject. We were obviously punished for that. Ouch, shave is not good. I didn't even check it. That's interesting. I didn't even consider that it might have been phony. It just looks so familiar. And this 5-point challenge, I should have just checked it, but it looks so good that I just never even considered it somehow. And yeah, Dr. Cliche somehow Ra isn't a word. No, isn't that just the Egyptian god, or is there some other common meaning that has not made its way into Scrabble yet? But yeah, anyway, we'll take the win here. It'll be nice and clean. Very high score for us. R-A-H for that. R-A-H definitely would have that definition. But I've actually never seen it with the R-A personally, but maybe we just don't cheer with the same people. Let me take a look at the analysis quickly before we get too deep. I'm also just going to update the record to reflect that we are going into round 4 with a 2-1 record. There will be some kind of break after. But yeah, Wifty, I don't think I knew. I was trying to look at something like that. I was not confident in it. Because I was thinking, okay, something like Wifty would be the best play, and I just wasn't sure about it. So we took Fiery. It's actually quite a lot worse. Like a lot worse by equity. And we saw it reflected in the follow-up plays. Wifty still available. FY is not too dreadful. My opponent's got constant trouble, as we could see. So yeah, well, that opens up a crazy. Like, I think this was still clearly best. And then that gets blocked. Uranite is, of our choices, I think definitely my favorite one there. We don't have time to really go through the rest. And yeah, reject is clearly, well, it's best by 3 points, but positionally speaking, it was absolutely the right thing to do. Springed is good. I was considering this, and I had to think about that. Cat house, tea house would have been good. Outshave was a phony. We are being called into the next game, so let me just zip through this. The thing about a big clean win is that it's in some ways actually kind of easier to make decisions. My opponent actually does have an out bingo. Look at that. Bancellas. That actually would not have won. That gets you 68 points in that position. I'm not keeping enough on my rack for that to take a win. So we were actually guaranteed the win, but obviously the L was the biggest risk that I saw given the available pool. So I don't think I knew Treen. Anyway, we have to play. So let's get into the next round. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, you're saying for some inexplicable reason, only the white keys of solfege appear to be in the Scrabble dictionaries. That is true. I actually, I mean, in live situations, I rarely kind of hear the semitone solfege in any kind of common use, but you are right about that, that you actually have lots of solfege variants in the Scrabble dictionaries, like spelled with the H in the end or no H at the end, like so, S-O, so, S-O-H. I mean, so is also the common word, so, but it takes the S on the end because it also is the note in the solfege. But like la and la, L-A, L-A-H, you've got so many different variants, but it's kind of true that I guess any kind of semitone solfege is just a little bit too niche. Guessed it over here. I think guessed it is good. I don't know if that just dies to a 5-point challenge. You in this position, or do we sacrifice to go with this position to have no vowel come back on it? Let's just take this. It's actually not safer, really. But and we'll see if guessed it is actually good. But about as possible as outshave, I guess. I'm really surprised outshave is not valid. But I guess you can't really have a shaving competition and shave more than another person. I don't know. It looks so much like a Scrabble thing that you would really kind of have to know it's not good by probability or from studying the entirety of the out prefix list to be sure. And yeah, Dr. Kshed, I actually forgotten about the RA spelling in Hitchhiker's Guide. Of course, Hitchhiker's Guide is also a series where Arthur Dent, having only retained the memory of human civilization in a raw and partial form, attempts to recreate a Scrabble board and does so with a 13 by 13 board with 3 Ys in the set in order to spell what do you get if you multiply 6 by 9. And so, Scrabble-wise, Hitchhiker's Guide logic is at best an approximation. Now, we have to get rid of eyes and such. I think this might actually, unless we get something like rigid, which we will, we'll play rigid here. It takes the massive F in front, but it's the only thing that gets me out of trouble when it comes to the rack itself. And we drew the F. Look at that. We even have this, but it dangles the S. For, whoever gets the S basically gets a free 40 points. I'm tempted to take it anyway. It's actually one of those words that you just never get it to play otherwise. But it would actually be kind of terrible to play it. We have better stuff like Quiver for 36. That doesn't do that. Quiver will also take an A in the back, but we'll worry about that later. Let's do that. And we drew the other F. So we have stuff like frond here for 41. Whim is going to go down there. Unless we have something better than frond that gets rid of something like the H, I think we absolutely take it. This is close to something. I don't see the... I don't think I see a 7 in it, but this is a rack that makes it worthwhile to look for 8s briefly. The only real 8 spots would be through R here or D up here. I don't see it. So we need to maybe get rid of some vowels. And yeah, the equiver spot was taken, predictably. I want to just go Hoyo. No, we don't want to keep double A. What am I doing? Let's think about this for a moment. Yeah, I need some way to... Yeah, I might just dump all that stuff. And then that creates an S lane for me, potentially. I'm just taking one more look here to see if we can find something like an 8. I don't know if we have a better spot for some kind of play like that as well. But I think we shouldn't burn too much time on it. Let's just do it. Spangled through N, we don't have that. I don't see anything through R either. If we're given an N somewhere, we have spangled. We otherwise need to get rid of some of the clunk. This is another one where we should be looking for 8s. Like 8s through an additional vowel, like the I that it was just taken, so that's no longer available. Now, I'm just trying to see, do we want to go aggressive, open up the triple spot up top to keep that? This, you know what? We just dump the S on that. That gives you an additional 16 points. We might actually just do that. It's better leaving it anyway. It's not really an S board right now. Well, it's a little bit of an S board, but that might actually be interesting. Let me just look at this a little bit more carefully. Do we want to spend the S like that when we can build with it? Yeah, we do. And we'll draw the other one anyway. If I get hit by a triple, obviously we'll regret this immediately, but if we don't, then we can feel like we almost know what we're doing. We have potentially X spot here, or X, or however you want to say it, on that side. It does spend my E, but I think it's going to be better than the nearest play. It will leave the P spot open if it is not taken. And that is taken. Now, then we kill the top spot with Plex, 39. Unless we have something that will stretch the X here, I think we're not going to do better in this play. We're doing pretty well with those S draws. By the way, if we draw something, well, if we draw all the O's out of the bag or something, actually, no, you would need 3 O's and the L and 2 blanks exactly at this point if you want to play Googleplex. It would be more realistic, slightly, to have something like multiplex. Because I was definitely looking at the front extensions there and thinking, oh, you know what? Oh, no, we actually need a very, very exact draw because all the G's have been spent. And for once, we don't regret it. You're saying, according to Google Ngram search, you have higher incidences of raw with no H over raw with H. That's interesting. I would not have expected that contextually from what I've seen in the wild, but you never know. Anyway, let's see. Tandoor, very good. And I don't think HOR is good, though. I'm trying to think, like, is that a Collins thing? I think I have to challenge it. I don't remember HOR. I'm just trying to see if my opponent actually had, like, a different spot. Well, let's check it. Yeah, no, HOR got kicked. Oh, they actually have a new courtesy draw feature now. So you can't see this because it's in the kind of game chat window. But because both players have access to what was drawn, if you challenge off the board, because you have an instant draw when you're playing online, right? I can actually see what my opponent drew from the bag and what has been returned to the bag. So we actually saw that it was AEIIJBT returned to the bag. This is a new feature, I think. I don't believe it was here in the last session that we played online. And yeah, you're saying you agree with me that the raw sense with REH is the most common spelling, but there's no doubt it's a word and it's used. Yeah. Yeah, again, the Scrabble dictionaries are always kind of playing catch up with other source dictionaries, right? Like they're always kind of a second order dictionary in a way where I actually think we'll just go Stony here. The S as the last tile there is actually not great for bingos on a bottom because you need to end with I or O or, well, I guess other things like H if there's one available and both H's are taken. I'm thinking that if we do this actually kind of closes off a bit and it gets me out of some of the constant trouble. The other thing is if we have some way to just go YODS, YONS, just to get ourselves out of a bit of trouble. Maybe, oh, actually, technically this is a little bit better, but then we don't want to keep like the double S on that. I'm trying to see like what yawns would be good. I don't even know. Yonder, there's like yawn, yonder. I don't think it's yawn, but I'm trying to remember because again, I looked at all of the Collins Street of four hooks, and I just don't think I'm confident in that. And I would keep NST. I don't know if we go stone it. Well, actually, it's in our interest to close up because I'm ahead. Let's just do it a responsible way and sacrifice points to do that. Yeah, if we're going to be spending the S anyway, let's just try to turn over and get into a playable position. In this situation, very likely will just be, well, we don't have a consonant to go under E right now that will work with the X. Unfortunately, because that would be a nice place for the U to go. The other place we could go is we could just go cute over here. Oh, tornado is actually going to fit. Oh, I forgot my opponent had Tandoor on his rack and I accidentally opened up for it. Yeah, okay, that was a big mistake. I forgot that I challenged off my opponent and I actually had total access to his rack. What a huge goof. And so I actually gave my opponent a spot because I had forgotten that. Anyway, that was embarrassing. I spent so long looking at that play, I just completely forgot the fact that we had access to the whole rack, and I should have known to, you know, block certain knowledge rather than messing around with stuff like that and saying, "Oh, the S obstructs everything because of the O at the end." We know all of the words in tornado, tendur, odor, and the other one, whatever it was. So there's no excuse for that. That was ridiculous. Let's block the triple spot. There is the possibility of maybe going right as well. Yeah, that was such a terrible moment there. Notice that if we have A, we actually had a possibility of a YA start over here. We don't have A right now, but NY is something that's very easy to have a blind spot for, so we need to keep an eye on it. That will probably not happen, though, because we, at this point, almost certainly just want to block on this side. Now, dicey or dicey? I think, so one of this, I don't think it affects the Collins lexicon, but there are a couple of words in the North American lexicon where it only takes the EY but not the Y when it's the adjective. I can't remember if it's stuff like ricey or dicey or what. Unfortunately, we can't play through the right tiles to spell, I don't know, decidui or something. Now, oh, dicey has a better spot here, right? 43 here, yeah, obviously better. I think we just take it. I hope I'm right about the EY ending. That's something that's very easy to get mixed up with. It was something like ricey or dicey or something like that, where I'm not sure about Collins, but certainly in NWL or WoW, it's only one of them. It's impossible to remember this stuff unless you're really systematic about learning it. And I'm saying that dicey with DICY would be a dicey play, probably. And you're saying it doesn't look like a word to you, but you'd never know what Spencer has to say about it, and that's very true. Or what the Scots have to say about it, too. That comes up very often as far as Collins goes. So one blank unseen, but we do hold the case S. The thing that I'll probably be looking at doing is just trying to close off the right side if we can. Also, with the Y's out, the risk under the N is much less pronounced now. It's not really a risk anymore. We do need to think about whether I have a play to get rid of hopefully 2 E's at the very least. Even if it's just playing off EE somewhere. That's somewhat blocky. But we want to do so without opening up like crazy, obviously, and so that will be one of the priorities. So yeah, we'll probably be playing off EE in some way. We might play off something like the M with it, but I don't see a good play for it right now. We aren't ahead by enough that I can afford to just dump a 3-pointer, I think. We have to be careful about this. I may even spend the S to kill the right side spot. VAUTS. With a blank? Really? I'm not even confident in that word, but I haven't looked at all of my Collins V's, like the pure V's. No, wait a minute. VAU, we would have seen hooks on VAU. VAUT. VAUT. Would we have seen VAUT? It's 5-point challenge. I think I might check it. But on the other hand, I kind of don't want to return the blank to my opponent. Because who knows what I'll give them, right? So we're ahead, but we're not ahead by very much. And this is a tough call. But if you're just going to burn the blank like that, then, you know, who am I to complain about it? I'm going to leave it. I'm not 100% confident on VAU taking T, but with the blank out of the way, like, I can start being a little bit fishy because I have the case X, S, and I feel like this is not actually good. This is one of those words that is like a phony that people try because we actually do know a meaning for it. I don't think I'm going to try it. It looks so common, right? But I think this is one of the ones where I just kind of remember a Scrabble player like telling me they were surprised it doesn't go. And regardless, we don't have a spot for it. You're saying it's a variant of Vault, which of course appears in the Fairy Queen. And you said I also have a Fantasy Star currency on my rack. I never played Fantasy Star, so I would not be able to guess what it is. Anyway, we're only 41 ahead. We need to be really careful about this. It's 4 in the bag. I'm actually kind of tempted to fish 1 or something. Fish 1 might actually be optimal here because we have the case S and we can use it. The only thing, yeah, the thing is my opponent currently only has possibly one tile that's not a 1-pointer, and it's not going to fit on the triple spot anyway, so we're not worried about it. I actually think it might be worthwhile to go AA here because it's a 9-vowel 2-consonant thing. Like if we play off one vowel, we're going to get another vowel back in there, and so the question is which one. And if I play off one vowel, and this is a similar situation to Lee, where my opponent does not have a good follow-up if we play under that. Let me see if I can see quickly what the different possibilities are. If we draw A again, we obviously whiff again. If we draw I, we've got tons of stuff. If we draw E, we got tons of stuff. And I need enough time to look at this, though. So the thing is, do we play off AA or do we play off... Like, AA gives you that additional score. 10 here. We're going to try it. We drew the A. Okay, never mind. I felt like I had a decent probability of hitting something there. I hadn't quite worked out all of the racks yet because we didn't have time. But that's okay because at any given point we know we could just go steam here for 35 or steam here for 28. Like that. And so I can afford to be a little bit fishy when we're ahead by this much and when there's no risk, really. There's 1 in the bag. I say we fish. I say we fish. My opponent's not going to have a bingo on this turn. We're going to fish. Actually, I don't know if we worked out what is on an N. Is there something like on teams or... Well, hang on. Let's give a shout out to the Ireland raid, first of all. Welcome from Hightail. Glad to pay you to visit yesterday, and very kind of you to return the favor by bringing over your crew today. Welcome everybody who came in with the raid, and I hope you had fun over there. So yeah, okay, we're getting a little bit risky here. I don't think I'm going to try on teams. I am not confident enough in it. On mates, on teams, on like there's a lot of stuff that would go as an 8 over here. But I think at this point we just take the points off something like Steam. Actually, I don't even know if Hoya takes an S. I might not want to risk it. We just want to play through at this point. I feel like I actually do have something on this rack. I just don't know if I want to risk on teams, because this would obviously just like win the game outright. But we need to mitigate risk. I'm not 100% on it, and I can win without it. So we're just going to win without it. Untames, yeah, okay. I should have remembered that. So, okay, big whiff there. Untames is so common. I should have seen it, but time pressure does things to your head. Okay, Rio goes over there. Let's just find a quick spot within 30 seconds. 8 points here. Yeah, for a moment I thought Hoya was setting up an S, but I actually don't know if it takes an S, and I doubted myself because some of the expressions like that do not. Let's what are we even doing here? We have I think we just take the 8-point spot here and be done with it, unless we have something better. You win for 8 over here. I say we just do not waste too much time. Okay, and that's a win. Yeah, no. Untamed, now that I look at it, I'm 100% confident in it and would have been. How do we... ANEK went out on the board and I didn't notice? Where did it go in? Oh, when PA went down, I was so fixated on my own game or on my own rack. I didn't even see that the A went in front of NEK. It did not register with me at all that happened. And we're being called into the next round. So yeah, this is the only phony on the board, ANEK. And it's an obvious phony. I know 100% that's not good, but I just did not even look at my opponent's play at that time because we were trying to figure things out. I bet I missed some stuff, but we'll have to look at it in a different game. Let's go on to round 5. So we're at 3-1 at the moment. And we'll play. And I'll try to remember to go back to round 4 to see which bingos we missed other than Untames at the end. This is something. I don't think you can have like an endearer through something, but there will be 8s with this rack at least. I don't see a 7, but there should be 8s. Yeah, you're saying you're obviously confident about Untamed, but you wouldn't have been sure about Untames or Untaming. That's fair. No, it's super, super common in terms of probability. So at the very least, I would have seen before everything that is on that rack, just in the ordinary course of looking at Scrabble words. But again, time pressure does things to your head. Risk management does things to your head, especially in 5-point challenge, where I'm thinking, okay, if there's any chance that I'm just going to lose the game by trying this, then I can't do it. And my opponent was close enough by points that was absolutely a risk if I missed something critical on the board. Because I've had a couple of situations like that where, I'm maybe 90% confident in something and I'm wrong. And you don't want a game to flip on that, especially if you're not playing in some kind of money tournament situation where point spread might matter as a tiebreaker. So we'll see what happens with this. Very likely we'll have an ER ending or... yeah, ER, ED ending, depending on what we get. The double R is a bit of a problem in that it does put us in a position where potentially we have no good scoring plays. And we just have to do a tiny, 10 to 20 point rack management thing. I don't know if I would try Endearer. I don't think so, actually. but there might be something similar that we should be looking for. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I'm trying to visualize whether there's something for an I with this rack, actually. But again, the double R is really a problem. We'll see. We'll see what we're given. My opponent's spending a long time on the first turn. I don't know what's happening over there. Maybe they're staring at double blank. Maybe they're also in a tricky situation. But on the first turn, you know, you don't want to be spending that long. So yeah, I misplayed a lot of stuff in that last game, actually. The big tornado thing was a huge goof because I saw my opponent had Tendor and just forgot because I was so busy talking about how the platform has been patched to show you the courtesy tile draw. Like it shows both players what was drawn quickly if something is challenged off. That caused enough of a distraction that I forgot that I actually had full knowledge of my opponent's rack and knew exactly that I could stop them from playing a bingo. Although it was with a blank, they probably would have found something regardless. But with the blank as the O specifically for the words that were in Tendor, I absolutely had sufficient knowledge to stop that. And it was kind of fortunate that I made it out of that game, and given how badly I played certain turns and didn't visualize the ANEK phony at the end and made all kinds of mistakes. So that was badly played, but we made it out. My opponent's still going, like 5 minutes into the first turn. And they're still sitting on it, so I don't know what's happening. So we'll just see. On the toilet? Well, I mean, then they shouldn't have hit confirm for the game, right? Like, the game only starts when both players click that they're ready. And yeah, we'll see what happens. I think it's possible that this opponent right now is kind of litigating something with the tournament director because, yeah, they, it seems, also had like a delayed start for one of their other games and incurred some kind of penalty for it, equivalent to having your clock started early in an actual live tournament. So they're potentially distracted by something. Well, we'll see. I don't actually know what's going on, so. I mean, if it's a forfeit win where we have to stare at their clock for 15 minutes while talking about, I don't know, rah, 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 or something, or looking for 8-letter bingos on my rack since we apparently have the time and we have not been using it. Yeah, what is this? They've been gone for half their clock, and well, it would be unfortunate if we just have like a forfeit win on time or something, because then, you know, we're down by one of the games that we wanted to play today, and we have no content to look at, and we need to fill the time with something. But we'll see. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that, you know, my opponent might just play at any given moment, this would be a good time to just step back through that other game we played before this, but This makes no sense. I think they're totally AFK. Let's say 100% are AFK. Might need to put something in the chat or something to see what's going on. But we'll wait. Otherwise, we have, a 15-minute dead zone of content here where we have absolutely nothing going on. Except for trying to find bingos in my rack. So yeah, for example, let's say we have something like this. I don't really recognize it. But let's say we have things like other consonants. I don't know what's happening. Oh, there we go. They must have been looking really hard for something. Like, I would not be surprised if maybe he holds blank out of this. He must have been looking really hard for something like a blank bingo, because if you think about this, actually, if you're holding zinked plus blank, I could absolutely see that being a rack that you would take this long on to figure this out. Regardless, I think we just go Zerta here, unless I can see a... Yeah, that's not how you spell Korean. Let me see. A C is actually a tile that plays through that I hadn't considered. But I think we just play Zerta and get into a better rack and push him for time. Ignorer. This will go. Lots of spots for it. Well, one spot for it over to D or under to D. So, hang on. I was about to say, I think recoring. Is that a word? Would have worked. Ignorer has the downside of dangling R in the last spots in the triple lane. That's the one thing that makes me think we might not want to do it. I'm trying to see if we have something that would hit here, but I don't see it. I think we just need to... Yeah, Ignore actually gets into a lot of trouble potentially because the O is in a bad spot and the R is in a bad spot. Maybe we should be looking at something less risky. No, okay, so Ignorer looks like this. E is volatile, O is volatile, R is volatile, everything's rough. R on top, though, is slightly safer because, well, I mean, it's not safe from triple triples either way. Like, triple triples are bad with either of those. But here, the R is a little less susceptible to parallels below because you're forced to go something E, something E. Let's take it. Gravidae. It's probably good. I should be responsible and check it. I think I know what kind of animal that is. I'm trying to remember what kind of animal that is. Like it's a family of creature. Oh yeah, ordering would have gone. Ordering would not have hit double though. It would have hit one double and it would be in a safer position mostly. Like you'd have to combo here over the O, being a bit of a problem. But yeah, it probably would have been better. Let me think about this. Gravidae. It looks familiar. It's some kind of family of creature. I just don't remember what. I'm trying to see if I have something that would go through here. And yeah, I'm not sure I actually see it yet, but we might. Well, I don't know. If we keep F, F kind of gives you stuff over here. Do we want to leave that R spot? Probably not. OU F here kind of kills that spot a little bit. Actually, that's not too bad. Keeps an okay leave. Or not OUF, UFO rather. UFO. And then you just get a triple triple 9 there instead. I was thinking OUP, which takes an A in the back. And then you keep F for flak. That would be the case for it. It does take the A in the back though. So 25 with that, 31 with that, but then it's actually more vulnerable to counterplay down below. I think we do this. Because OO also takes the F in the back if we have something that will go through, like FETE or something. Let's do it. I don't actually like that play very much, but now F also, yeah, F has a good spot here. F also goes on top of lac for flak. That was the case for keeping it. Also, as I was saying, A does go there. We might not have a good way to actually make good use of that property yet, unless we just go fart or 21. Oh, 27 rather, which is not too bad. It would have been better to have something that would drag the F all the way up to the top spot there. Did I actually miss re-earned on the first play? Oh, I actually didn't even look at that. That's an easy one to see. Should not have missed that. That's okay. We get extremely imperfect play on this stream. Pouching, yeah, that's got to be good. I don't really have a good way to follow that up. We might even need to leave some stuff open for just volatility, but yeah, because that pouching plate is actually not vulnerable to very much on that side. We might need to just manage to rack a bit. We still have openings, we still have lanes, but they're starting to close up. And that's the thing, because once the E in gravity goes down, then things are going to look a little bit claustrophobic. Oh, also, I forgot, lac takes A in front for a lac. That's potentially interesting. So are we really going to spend both the A and the T? Yeah, I'm doubting this play now because this doesn't really give you a good spot in the back. We could spread it out a little bit more. I'm just trying to figure out a leave here. Raft would be better if you're going to play frat anyway. Raft for 28. And then you leave the right side open still. Rift would be better because then you keep the UPA idea alive. Let's go Rift. And yeah, we still have tons of Fs. This game really wants me to play some Fs. But then now we have a plausible path to kind of start opening up the top. Relay, okay, so yeah, that wasn't going to last forever. However, do we have a way to go like, is Fenner, I feel like it must be 52. Opens up a bit of triple risk, but we actually want that right now. I am not 100%, well, why wouldn't it be a Fenner? I'm trying to see if we have something else that would have the FR start that might work. I think we just have to try it. And of course, we get the garbage rack like this. Actually, reasonably close to something like Gavotti or something. I don't know if that's actually a. Well, it's Gavotte. Probably not. Because Gavotte sounds French. Have to know all your broke dances in this game. Yeah, we really need to figure out how to get rid of some of this stuff. I'm not horrendously behind right now, but with this kind of rack, we are in trouble. And it may actually be an exchange rack. 3 eyes in a pool, would we keep IT? I don't know. Well, before we do that, I want to try to open up more space. We just don't really see a good place to do it. Tricky situation. However, let's go VIG over here. It doesn't open up very much. The V is not that playable. But it gets rid of some problems. I don't like keeping the 2 T's, but what are you going to do in this kind of situation? Oh, so close to so many things. Jolteous through an S if we are given an S dangling in the middle of nowhere. But we may have something like a J parallel play open over here. 39 points for that. We could kind of keep even if my opponent doesn't score too well. We're actually not as far behind as one might think, given the circumstances. Have to keep in mind that this kind of spot is still open. Also, in spite of my opponent having like a 7-minute disadvantage, 7-minute disadvantage at the start, that I'm actually losing so much time that a lot of my time advantage has gone away. I actually like Joe on the right side as the current plan. Whoops. Let's make sure we've got the cursor in the right place. I like Joe in that for 39. Unless we're given an S somewhere. Like if we're given an S that's just dangling for Jolteous, we'll take Jolteous, obviously. There are 4 S's unplayed, so it's actually not impossible for my opponent to want to dump an S to unduplicate, and for example, to dump an S down on the triple lane. We would not hit the triple lane if that happens. We would hit Jolteous in this kind of position, but the thing is, it is possible that we are actually given an S, and we are not. Okay, that's fine. XG over there. Notice EX in this lexicon does take O in the back. However, we're not going to be doing something silly like that and give up massive counterplay. But that's the kind of thing we need to be aware of. Let's take the 39, and we're starting to catch up a little bit. And we actually do potentially have some possibilities with the EXO ending from what we have here. And other possibilities? No, we don't want to keep STT. That's silly. But if we have something like lot over there, that's 19, but it keeps decently, and we actually do have a way to follow up. EXO would take an N in the back. I don't think it takes S in the back, though. It takes N. I believe that might be it. The other thing we can do is just power tile is still in play. So Q is still in play with one U in the bag. If you have something like the O in second position here, that's still vulnerable to 4 pointers. Okay, so that's going to be taken. One N remains. Now we can't take anything on top of it. And my opponent's coming out ahead, but the thing is he's down in time, so maybe we might be able to get something going on here. So why do I keep thinking about that? Like it's a good idea. I'm trying to see, too, if we have something like an O ending next to the P up top. If not, we might actually just go something like this. 9 points, that's not nearly enough. We don't actually have a place for the oh, you know what? Okay, if we're going to play through a V anyway, let's do it here. Well, no, we said we wouldn't. Let me think about this. That actually scores worse, but and it does still keep SST 11 fouls in the bag. I'm trying to find some way to just, because if we do something like this, like we don't really have bingo locations at the moment. So it's probably not a good idea. And the O down below here absolutely creates potential situations. So can I rebalance in a way that actually leaves something open? Because the thing is, this is technically open right now. We're getting into a situation where I may actually need to bingo. And I just do not see a good way to do this. Lotto. Lotto. Okay, we found it. This is it, 22. And it opens up like crazy. Keeps IS. Great, great. This does not give me a rack that I can bingo with, but the thing is, it keeps me within striking distance and my opponent is under severe time pressure. The N is going to be critical here. So is the blank, obviously. If we can find some way to shed the WU combo, we should. The U has some value, a little more than usual, because Q is still in the wild. And we actually kind of want to score with it if we can. So we have to see. Yeah, that scores not much on that side. I actually liked the idea of going. Oh, we don't have an O for ovum. I was trying to play ovum there. That didn't work. What about this? That's 8 points. That's nothing. What about... Yeah, the thing is, I don't want to just go U here because... Oh, that doesn't work anyway. It would have to go here. Actually, you know what? We're close enough in points that we're not going for a bingo at this point, I don't think. We want to go for something like a Q play. So we actually want to keep scoring. And then... Oh, the Q goes down anyway. 425. That's not too bad. So, okay, we have to give up on that idea. Let's see if we can play off the UI somewhere. And then my opponent kind of has to play super fast at this point. What if we just go like this? No, Vim to keep U and I instead of duplicating I. Because then you have, yeah, I don't like keeping the U at all, but however, do this. We have the case, no, there's 3 S's unseen. We don't have the case S. All the S's are still in play. So if we do something like this, my opponent will just jump on it because we don't have a good way to set up U right now, but we can set up more lanes. Up here, perhaps. And just push him for time because at least maybe he'll get the -10 penalty and we can do something. I can't believe the end spot's still open. This is just waiting to be jumped on. Also, by the way, if we have something like E, eventually we can just go like this. So now under the rule set is a 10-point penalty for going over time, but then after a minute, then you just straight up lose under the rule set that we have currently. Oh yeah, okay, so the ES was taken. My opponent took it first for 24. That's what we were looking for. I'm trying to see if we have a good way to do this. Go on for 12. This isn't turning over enough tiles to get me into a blank situation. I want to get rid of YU if I can. And in this lexicon, we should be able to, but I do not see a particularly good place to do that. So let me think about this. Yeah, we don't have a good YU spot. But we can maybe, so yeah, it's too bad we don't have an E to parallel with this. But maybe we can kill that spot. I'm actually also down to 30 seconds. I have to play. Okay, no, we can't fish like this. This is 4 in the bag. We might just straight up lose at this point. This is really quite difficult to play through. Let's see. I'm also going to hit time penalty in just a moment. If I'm not careful. Let's just go Umu. Kill the spot down low. Well, no, I'm just going to go overtime. This is ridiculous that I had like such a massive advantage and lost it. Whoa, what an ugly board. Just cannot see the path. And I'm actually like down on time now too. 3 in a bag. I don't know if we'll get. Okay, you know what? We're gonna go IT here. Elo Knights to an E. Oh, we have the N, but that doesn't help me anymore. If the bag empties, then we'll probably just lose. Untailed is good. Untails probably isn't. But we can have an NS ending here. I just, yeah, I can't think under these circumstances. We're just going to lose this one, unfortunately. Yeah, and then how do we just even play ale somewhere? Okay, we just need to go out and not lose on time. So look at that. We just both went over a minute. That was terrible. That was terribly played. Oh well. Okay, we kind of collapsed the time there. I shouldn't have been making all those like tiny 1-point plays at the end, but we got outpaced by the S plays being dumped everywhere. And so we are being called into the next round because obviously we took the longest out of anybody there. I need to update my record first, and then that was not a demonstration of decent Scrabble at all. All words were valid on that one, by the way, in case anyone's wondering. But I probably missed something critical. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, we were talking about a zinc rack earlier. Zinced with the K, I think actually is good, but I'm not sure. I would have challenged D-zinc, so I don't think so. Okay, so we have a Q situation to start. I'm going to exchange, I think. We should just exchange QPED, or even just Q. I think we will... Exchange Q is actually pretty valid here. I'm just looking at the pool to see what we can hit with. Let's go a little deeper. Let's go QPED. Spearman through A. And renames through A. Let's see. I don't think there's going to be anything through a third E, though. At least I don't see it. We could go perm through something like perm. It's not too bad. This is definitely a bingo. I just need to see it. It's not eye snot, in case you're wondering. But Serenity, there are sevens for sure. I just can't see them right now, but yeah. Okay. Well, we'll be looking for how to play through for Serenity, perhaps. We're not going to get it because we have a fish one. Let's take a little bit of time, not too much, to try to figure this out. Stylene, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Hmm. I think we play off one. I can't believe we keep playing like this. We play off two. To undouble the E. But keeping the E might actually be fine because then we don't draw like too clunky. Well, it will hit with almost anything except... it should hit with almost anything except we just don't see what's in here. I was considering Stylene, but I actually don't know if that's good. Or I'm just thinking of something else. Oops. Yes, Stern. Yes, Stern. Yes, Stern. Or am I thinking of... I'm spending too long on this. Yes, Stern. I'm not confident in that. Let's see. I think we just cut off whatever's going on here. Or we go 17 points over here, which leaves massive hooks on the left side. But the thing is, we want the bingo, right? So we actually don't want to completely close off. Sure, let's just take that. Okay, this will hit. This will hit, for sure. And Nikki Angel, good morning to you as well. It's going all right. We have had good games. We've had some embarrassingly bad games. But things are ultimately going to work out. Unfortunately, this spot was taken first. I was trying to take that with a double-double. We had a lot of possibilities, and I will not get it with the overlap. So, however, we should just be able to go down here with something unless we have something that would maybe improve that score. I think there are other anagrams in there as well, like Renets is the other one. So if we switch to 2, then we get this. Sure, let's take it. And now we need to do something about that J. Yeah, Dr. Cliche, I had at least 2 bingos with the Y rack earlier. Yeah. It was one of those where I know I've seen stuff in this, but I just cannot find it with the blank. Styrene. Okay, I was thinking stylene for some reason, but I was definitely 100% confusing it with styrene. Anyway, that just happens sometimes. No U here for me to play through with Juve or something. Let me think about how this will go. However, UV will take an L at the end, depending on whether we're okay with the J position, giving back the double on the parallel. That's not horrible because we do need to shed constants and we don't have a great way to do it at the moment. Let's see if I have something slightly better with that. I'm trying to see if I can go through here with something. We don't really have anything. I think this might actually be okay, despite the J in that position. We don't want to put the J on the triple up top, but it's still going to give back a lot of score. There, the L in that position is going to keep this lane open. We could get like a 9 for wiretapped or something, I guess, but... Or, no, that would be a 10 wiretapped. So Yestern is there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I was trying to think about it because I felt like I'd seen it, but I also felt like I might be kind of justifying my reasoning or something. Obviously, if the top is available, we will take it. We'll jump on it with something like paw. I do not expect it to remain open. I think it's the likeliest spot for my opponent to play. If it is taken, then we do paw over here. AUK over there. That looks almost like an X setup. Except not really. Well, AX would go there, but otherwise it seems like it's just probably setting vowels. I am going to take this spot. And then we still potentially can follow up on the right. Daw might be a little bit better because we might be able to follow up. Actually, no, we're spending the A regardless. Let's just take points. And then we'll need to do something here to try to score with his head. And, yeah, my opponent has massive vowel trouble. That seems pretty clear over here. I'm trying to see if I have a good way to combo the Z here. I don't see anything that reaches, though. We might actually just go zig over here. Bit weak for the Z in a Collins game, but sometimes you just have to make do. Yeah, that's not horrible. The draw was horrible, though. That's not particularly good. Yeah, look at the massive vowel trouble that my opponent's in. Pretty obvious that that's what's going on over there. We should just go God over here and close that up a little bit and continue to just manage the rack. This is kind of closing up. I'm trying to look at roots or something. If it would go anywhere. This X-bomb spot is still open. It was only be for AX, and there aren't actually that many A's in the pool at the moment, but we'll see what to do with that. I actually think that something like OH or no DOH. Let's go with that. 29, reasonably safe. Yeah, not really a bingo board in the least. Tin does take an A in the back in Collins. That's the only thing, other than the T, I guess, that would get me through here. We would be considering stuff like Trem, even though it dangles the M in the middle of nowhere. It is about time that we actually took out the spot over here, though, before the X comes down on it. So maybe something like FAM would be best. That's looking like my best play right now. We did open up a big S spot down here. That was a known risk. Inertia is okay, so that's going to go instead. However, do we have a way to do something here? I'm not seeing it right now. Too bad we don't have a second eye for like filmy or something. Final, but no, we don't have that. Yeah, if I can see something that will hit the F going in either direction there, that would be great. We're so close to something like flat iron. Imagine we had N for flat iron on a triple triple. That would have been amazing, but unfortunately we do not. I don't think we're going to have it, but I don't know if I want to leave that. The score is even right now. I'm way down in time, though. I'm trying to see if maybe we can go something going to the right to parallel here. That would actually work. Not really. I guess there's more. Does dump our vowels by scores 33 in a situation where we are actually a little concerned. Might play something afloat. I probably wouldn't just dangle it next to a triple lane or something for a turnover, but we do have an S, which is going to now threaten S hook if we can keep it. So if we can actually just get rid of some stuff like FA up top for 22, for instance, that might actually work out. So what do you want to go for that, or do we want to go 24 for something like aft, which... Yeah, it's a low vowel bag right now. 19 in the bag. There is the blank unseen. There is the S in that spot. And yeah, it's going to be the same spot that we were looking at, because that is a natural place to go. Well, we can see if there's something else that we can extend to. It's pretty closed down right now, but there is a fairly conspicuous S spot, and it'll be a bit of a race for that. ATT doesn't really take much in the back. I actually think we'll take this. Sallow is an adjective, though, right? So you can't have sallows. However, if we have swallow, that will hit. Okay, so swallow will hit. If it is blocked, we need a second plan. Do we have anything over here? ATT, I believe, doesn't take anything in the back. But that might be the other dictionary talking for all I know. However, if swallow is available, we will obviously take it, and it's going to be essentially a winning play. But chances are something could block over here. And however, shallows is available. I'm going to see if we have a way to extend all the way, but I don't see it. So I think we will just take shallows. Now, it does dangle the S on the other side, but the thing is, it's not a very bingo-friendly pool on the other side at this point, so we'll hopefully come out of this one okay. I think we have to take it. At 64, it'll get us ahead, but with the Q and X still available, and with the X bomb spot still available after all this time, that it's by no means a sure bet. We got QU, but 4 tiles in a bag, like the X spot is looking very risky right now, although you have to take a look at that and realize that the only thing that will go with an IX ending there is the S, so you'd have to spend S to go SIX. I think we might want to kill that spot anyway. We have, if we had an I to play through, we could have had Qubit. Vigia, I'm actually not totally confident in Vigia taking an S, but we... Okay, the thing is, my opponent has the 6 up top for the X-Bomb. We have to kill it. We have to kill it. There is no other massive X-Spot that's going to work for that. But if we do kill it, we need a game plan for what to do with the Q afterwards. And it's not clear to me right now that we have something... Well, we have a couple of Q spots for QI, but we don't... So currently I'm looking at something like bin. 11. X is still going to kill this spot here, which means I won't be able to score with Q. But we would... Yeah, actually we're in a bad situation because like this naturally just goes to mixes or something, and I think I might actually be in a losing situation here because of that. Because like we have to, if we can get an out in 2, maybe we can escape unscathed. But I don't see how we can have an out in 2 with the current rack that I have. Like for example, let's say we go Quinn. No, we have like garbage after that, right? Go quit. That's 26. We need to map this out. So bin 11, and then mixes, for instance, 42. So it's minus 42. And then quit, you would have, oops, plus 26. And that's assuming that doesn't get blocked by like an XI play. But mixes, I think, is clearly best for my opponent. And then you would have a minus 6 on a C. So we'd be looking at minus 48 plus 37. We'd be essentially, yeah, and then my opponent would have a score off a second play as well for an outplay, right? Like if you could get mixes, XES, then you would have ROI to go somewhere. But then if I have a place to play the C, because again, actually keeping C is bad because you might potentially get a C stick situation, which is actually also potentially going to kill us. So, but I don't see a route forward that doesn't involve blocking the X spot. That's the problem. If the X spot goes down with SX, then we're just dead, I think. I really do not see an alternative. It has to go down. But is there a more sensible way to do this? Because we'd essentially be like sacrificing 11. That actually still wins because we're over 11 ahead as long as we have places to play to C. I do not see a place to C to C. Because like Mike, under the mixes route, that would get blocked. If we don't have a C play, this does not work, right? And I don't have enough time to look for one right now. We have a C play. C-E-R-E. That's the C play. Okay, if my opponent doesn't see that, we might have a route. Depending on whether there's an out and two with ORI. If there is an out and two with ORI, then we lose. So this is under this route. Upholds ORI and the blind forest. But the thing is, if he sees the possibility of a C stick on top, then we might have a problem. So a mixer. I actually didn't think about mixer rather than mixes. I don't know if my opponent has something with OIS. Actually, yeah, no, because OIS, I think OI just takes S in Collins, so I might just lose at this point. But we have to, oh, and I forgot, we actually still have the R. I totally miscalculated. Why did I not see that we still had an R in this route? We have to take this. And REC here, if my opponent doesn't see the out, so that's 10 on that spot. We have 10 seconds to play, so if I don't see this, we just need to dump the tile somewhere. ISO, yeah, that's good. So we lose, I think. We lose by 3 points. So I didn't map that out correctly because I didn't think about mixer rather than mixes. I don't know if that was a winnable endgame for me because like we have to block this and bin is the only real plausible play that we have that we can use. Because we get bin here, mixer here, like I have to play off the queue somewhere. Where do we even go, right? Because if I don't play the queue here, then this is trivially blockable by whatever my opponent does. And I don't think we have a win. Like we have to analyze afterwards perhaps, but yeah, that was an oversight though, to look at mixes but not think about mixer. Because otherwise I calculated that accurately. And well, I made a mistake because I lost track of the fact that we actually would keep CR out of the sequence instead of just keeping C. And that could have also gotten me into trouble, so I did miscalculate that. I believe we're on a very short break after this round. Usually what I do is I'll take off for about 5 minutes and I'll come back and I'll step through some boards, but let me just see what our resumption time is before I decide on anything like that. Also, we're going to go into round 7 with a 3-3 record now. So yeah, we haven't gotten to look at the last few games really, so let me just make sure I know what is going on. So it looks like they'll restart in about 15 minutes time. So I think what I will do is, as usual, I will, as I said, step out very briefly and just refill my drink and everything. And then we'll come back and talk about some boards with the time that remains to us before we have to move on to the next round. So we will be back in just a little bit, and I'll put the resumption time in the chat. Okay, so we have a couple of minutes before the game is actually resume. So like I said, we can step through a few boards, but we'd have to be pretty speedy about getting through them. Let's see what we can do. I think we should back up to, I think it was round 4 or 5 or so that we didn't get a look at things. Yeah, because round 5 was the one we were down on time for so long and didn't get much of a chance to look at anything. Let's go to the tournament standings for a moment. Currently, we're kind of a little low down in the pack, actually, but a positive spread with the 3-3 record at the moment. But we'll step through a few things quickly. So, yeah, this one was the win where I couldn't find anything near the end when we were looking at Steam. I'll step through this one quickly just to see if we actually did have something, but it won't be terribly analytical. Yeah, guested. We took the slight point sacrifice for that position, I guess, to have the TD not vulnerable to heavy consonant counterplays. And rigid doesn't score much. Rigider is actually slightly better because I didn't think about continuing that and keeping I. And yeah, constant trouble all over the place. So I had looked at, I didn't look at the SHH hook. I did look at the top position here and thought, I'm not dangling that for the S. I didn't think about the SHH hook here at all. And that would have actually been pretty decent, but went for quiver instead. And then my opponent misses M. Brown. Also M. Brown. I hit frond up there. Then, yeah, no 7s or 8s in this rack. We did look at it for a bit. And then my opponent doesn't hit anything here. It's front and fornant. These are not easy ones to know. Fornant is Scots. Fronton is French. These might both be Collins words. Fronting should have been easy to hit, though. Fronting is easy to see. Frontman as well. So that's actually a really big miss on my opponent's part there, even with the blank. Again, no bingos here. And we did find pangs. And then I found Plex. Docs I actually hadn't really considered. But I can see why it's slightly favored. And then this is where my opponent hits in the wrong place here. The other ones are actually quite difficult to see. I mean, you could find something like Rotunda, but yeah, there's lots and lots of possibilities here. And this was where I goofed from giving my opponent a bingo that scored even better. When I successfully challenged it off, I just accidentally gave this back. And I did not know Yeats, I don't think. It's from Spencer, surprise, surprise. But we didn't really look at some of the other possibilities that would have cleaned up the rack on this turn. Jail is going to go up here. Dicey was good. Notice that there's no Dicey, D-I-C-Y. We were talking about that. And so I did remember correctly that it has to be I-C-Y. Ease was still available, but we didn't know it. And then there are a lot of 7s here, but they didn't go down anywhere. Things like Outrave and that. I did not miss anything here. It recommends Amen as a parallel. Interesting. I did not miss anything here, and actually Hoya is not even that unreasonable. Perhaps we'd have to look at it and kind of enumerate what the different possibilities were for drawing it back at that point. Obviously, I didn't expect to just get an A back, even though that was, what, 2 out of 11 probability at that point, or 2 out of 10, rather. And so, yeah, still nothing para-cute. Wouldn't have thought about that. And yeah, Unteams is correct. We talked about Untames. Unteams actually is correct. I just doubted it. I saw it right away. And I didn't want to risk it in a situation where we could be caught if it's challenged off. So we went for something lower scoring instead. And so that's really the only thing we wanted to look at there. Otherwise, it was pretty clear what happened in that game. The mistake with allowing Tornado when we could have just let my opponent struggle a bit more. And shying away from unteams at the end. Okay, let's look at another one if we have time. We'll just zip through 5, which was the time paralysis game for both players. And we'll see what happened there. And yeah, this was dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. Like squandering an 8-minute time advantage is just ridiculous. But let's take a look. So what is my opponent holding in that long turn? Okay, this is what he's holding. And Zinked is in fact a best play. Dezink is good. I thought it wasn't. But Dezink also takes decay for Dezinked. Like that. Yeah, I actually would not have been sure about Dezink, but now we know. And I guess you removed the Zinc from something. I missed Darnder and Rearned. I don't know if I would have seen Darnder. It looks a little too awkward to spot easily. But we should have seen Rearned. And it was a bit of a goof not to look for bingos through the E. I was looking too heavily at everything else and just assuming that triple E is going to be difficult to work with. But that was a poor heuristic oversight. Given the circumstances, Zerda is not as terrible as it could be. Anyway, over here, yeah, we had ordering in a frankly better place than Ignore. It's vulnerable to something like a J counterplay on top, or something stretching down to the double through the O, but the triple risk and the Valor risk here is probably worse. Orangier is actually kind of safest. It scores poorly, but it looks safer than everything else. Gravity is good. What kind of animal is this anyway? Oh, it's not an animal. It's a pregnant woman. We actually did have this looked up in chat earlier, I think. Gravida. I thought it was like a family of creatures or something like Corvidae for and birds and such, but we missed up front. I was trying to look for something like that. We just couldn't see it. Coaching. Clearly the play. I don't think I was confident about Frit with 2 T's, actually. Diffuse into a vitreous substance. Huh. Curious. And I don't think I knew Fitna at all. Definitely. I would not have seen it. We should have seen stuff like Faint. That's odd that I didn't even consider that, but I think maybe given the score at that point, I was thinking about trying to open up the top because the top looked extremely closed. And so that was a bit of a consideration, although the bottom was kind of closing up too, so. Fanner scores pretty clearly. Yeah, Vig over here to try to make some room is pretty reasonable. Voting would have just killed the bottom entirely. T-box, interesting. Yeah, because that's what my opponent's holding at that point. Like, so close to a couple of different things. Joe's going to be pretty good over here. And Lotto was pretty decent over here. I was very happy with that when we found it, but we got pretty stuck after this point. Like, we're kind of even after this point, and then both of us run out of time and make dinky little plays everywhere that don't go anywhere. And yeah, board vision was getting a little bit difficult. We should have seen stuff like Limit, though. That's a pretty big miss. The ES spot went down first because my opponent got all the E's. This spot is really difficult to see. This little overlap here through the middle, so yeah, but the thing is we would have needed to score these things, 20 points here and there, have a decent chance. But at this point, we have too many issues with Iraq and not much of a plan. So as I expected, nothing on the final play. But we could have seen some of this stuff a little more cleanly instead of going a further tile short if we had considered this properly. So yeah, kind of petered out of that game in rather poor fashion. Looks like we'll probably be starting the next game very soon, so I might not have time to look at round 6 just yet. With that interesting endgame that we had, I expect we'll be called in like right about now. So we will not really get a chance to look. So yeah, we'll wait for my opponent to also check in the meantime, because maybe we can just scroll through this really quickly, or at least look at the final turns to see if we missed something really critical. But I did not think that was a winnable endgame because we left that X spot open the whole game and never dealt with it, and we paid the price. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, we're going to start round 7 whenever my opponent comes in. And we'll let them make the first confirmation so we can just take our time to look. So here, exchange Q actually is best. I was thinking about that. Do we exchange Q or do we exchange something a little bit deeper? Actually, with this kind of rack, we have a very, very good chance of hitting something if we just drop Q. And so my initial instinct was correct and we shouldn't have backed off from it. Yeah, because in this kind of situation, actually keeping the 2 E's is rather favored. Had nothing here, so rem, perm, etc. Oh, I didn't even look at the P hook on beep. Yeah, nothing here, so lots of stuff that we missed. And style teensy tensely we should have seen. Yestern I did see and I backed off. I didn't see it on that beautiful hook or overlap down below though. Cyanite we should have seen. That's actually almost certainly what I was thinking of. So much stuff. Styrene, we talked about 70, Stepney, Epsteins, Yestern. Yeah, we saw some stuff, but that was a case of poor vision. And so I didn't see this overlap. I saw Tennessee right away as my option for hitting the double-double if that were still available. It was not still available, but I didn't take the time to look at whether an overlap like that would fit, and we should have taken the time for some extra points. And then, yeah, nothing too much to look at here. I'm just going to speed through it so we don't hold up the whole tournament. Look at this inerrant placement. Doesn't even score much. Then inertia goes down. We miss a bunch of stuff here. Aliform I should have seen, actually. I know Aliform well. Maftir I also know, but hard to see. Shallows, yeah, that's the only thing that we had. Whoops. And yeah, at this point, Quinn first, BCRT, that seems favored, but that's not accounting for the sequence, though. The sequence is the X in that spot, right? So mixers would have done even better here. Again, don't think it was winnable, especially because my opponent had the Jello hook there for even more. So let's just get into the next round. My opponent hasn't checked in yet, so we'll wait on that. In just a moment. Yeah, we're still waiting for the check-in. So let's see. I think my opponent's just a little late back from break. So we'll just wait until they confirm, and then we'll have a game. Yeah, don't know where my opponent is currently. Hopefully they didn't just bail out from frustration at having lost all their games so far, because I'll be playing against the person at the bottom. It is a round robin format for this, for 9 rounds. And then King of the Hill pairings on the last one. So, yeah, hopefully they didn't just fail or something and are just AFK. But we'll see. I haven't seen them come in yet. Usually they run 2 groups with this session with a higher and a lower rating bracket. Today they had turned out low enough that I think they just combined 10 players into one group. And so for all I know, it might be a less experienced player who came in and had a bit of a bad run. But we'll see. I still have no opponent available yet, so we'll wait. Might want to maybe observe another game while we're at it, since they're going. Actually, you know what? Let's do that. Let's see. We're still waiting on the opponent, so we can just watch the top table and say a few things, perhaps. So, yeah, I still don't have an opponent. That's okay. We'll just watch a bit. They're already pretty far along in this game. Look at that. Quite a few moves in. Oops. Let's see what I can do here. My UI is a little bit buggy right now, so let's see what I can do. So yeah, we might be without an opponent for this round while we figure out what's going on. But we'll just wait and see. Yeah, interesting Same going on here so far. Quincy drew a challenge, it seems. Gator, surprisingly, also drew a challenge. So, yeah, I might just be without an opponent for this round, and we might just have a forfeit win or something. But we'll find out. Some fireworks going on here with the Pilsner play over on the right. So yeah, currently we're not playing round 7 because my opponent did not come back from break and might have just bailed or something. So we might just be on a bye for this round, and in which case we can just continue to watch this group over here and see how they're doing. So this is currently the board that I guess is not the top board because it's the round robin format, but they're both on pretty decent winning records right now, I think, and managing some consonant trouble and the like. So we'll see what happens. We might get pulled into a game late, or we might just have a forfeit win for the round, which would be unfortunate. But yeah, it looks like I just was given a forfeit win, actually. So we'll... well, I mean, we kind of went over the boards that I wanted to look at already because we stepped through them quickly. So I guess we'll just commentate somebody else's game instead and see what happens. Yeah, because it looks like I was awarded the forfeit here. They might be bringing a replacement opponent in for me so I have someone to play. The director is kind of inquiring about that right now. So we might actually get a round 7 so you don't have 3 people sitting out rounds. Oh, no, that would be for rounds 8, 9, and 10. So I think I have the forfeit win regardless, but they're trying to see if they can bring someone in as a replacement because like one of the other people clearly dropped out, and it was the player who was on the 0-6 record, so maybe they just kind of wiped out of the tournament and decided to drop it. But so anyway, let's actually talk about the game that we're observing right now. As you can see, this is a bit of a long decision time on this move here because you've got a situation where things are a bit stuffed with consonants. You have this lane available for either a T or S ending, but it wouldn't be clear in such a tight situation where to get rid of things. I do see... Oh yeah, I was about to say this spot here with the ST ending. I was actually about to call exactly that play, and you'll just have to believe me when I say that. It does have this situation where you are keeping VIST, but that's not awful in this kind of tight situation where somebody's going to go for that spot. And yeah, a little bit of rack management here for the leave that allows you to continue here with the R front hook. Notice that a 4 would also work, so you can have something like an AR start, but oh, there we go. There's Victor's coming down on that VIST draw. Bowd would, of course, take the A in front, but the airline doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. However, let's see. Is there anything that is airline with the S? Yes, it is. It's snail ear. I actually have trouble seeing this one a lot. This is one that I get tripped up on a lot, so... S gives back snail ear. And then look at this. This is a tight situation, a 4-point difference between these two. But the thing is, you got Z blank here. I think as long as you can sufficiently play off some of the high-scoring tiles, then you kind of win with this because as long as you score and don't have too much of a penalty for giving back, then what are you even going to do with the OF on that side? So let's take a look at how that would work. One of the ways that would work is just if something simple like AZO here, for instance. AZO gives you a plus 41 and then minus 14. So you get AZO 41 minus 14. That's like a plus 27. You're 4 points ahead, so your opponent needs plus 32 with EFOT. Now, with this, but the thing is, if it's a possibility of trying to stick you, like if you see 3 constants on your opponent's side, then you think, okay, is there actually kind of a slow play route? Because if you play AZO like that, then you're probably not getting an out in 2 either. Notice, too, actually, there is this space over here if you have something like with an E start, if you have E on the blank. But I don't quite see something that would give you a Z play on that move. So I think AZO probably wins, but you'd have to take the time to prove it. Like you'd have to take the time to figure out what you do if you commit to having CMT blank, which tells you that you're actually potentially giving your opponent 2 moves worth of tempo if they have the ability to take it. One thing that immediately strikes me is that if AZO does not go down there, then you have the opponent being able to score. Here, the other thing is that actually here, in this situation, you've got... no, that doesn't work. F would go there, but there's no follow-up. Yeah, I think AZO actually just wins, but if one isn't confident about that, there are other possibilities. So for example, a ZA start over here using the blank might do something decent. Like this goes 41 though. I really don't think that's going to do any better. ZO here, however, has 49. This is better, actually. Zoom, interesting. I wonder what they see as their opponent's out, because ZO over here would have been 49, and it would have kept the A for a better finish. I'm actually kind of surprised at that Zoom play. I was thinking ZO with OOP up top, which I think is good in Collins, like OOP, OUP. That's that would have given you 49, and then that would have been a minus 16, but then does your opponent actually have an out? Because with those tiles, yeah, oh, okay, this is an interesting sequence, actually. That's an interesting sequence here with the second play. So maybe that was the idea. I feel like maybe there was another possibility that could remain, but if that was the route, like maybe that actually is incorrect. But yeah, it seems like it was one of those situations where they fight all the way to the end, but then the Z blank draw at the end absolutely flips it if you can just get rid of it fast enough. So we'll be waiting. I'm going to update my record because it's not being displayed right now, but we essentially got 1 forfeit win today. And so it looks like I have a winning record, although that might be a bit misleading. I'm just going to step through their game here to see how well they were doing. We can actually look at some of the other boards as well, in fact. Let's do that. See what's going on in the other games. Yeah, they're all still going on. Some of the other ones are Well, first of all, let's check the standings. So yeah, we were awarded the forfeit win just now. I don't know. Yeah, that's registered as a 100-0 win for me. And yeah, between the players that are kind of doing decently today, we can take a look at our board and see how they play the ending. And okay, so this is a board that's looking pretty close off with 4 tiles left in the bag. We have the J still unseen. J is actually in the bag, unless it was just picked up. And there was one phony that came off here as well, so looks like a pretty clear lead at this point, though. And Rep would, of course, stick the O in the back. Looks like the idea was to do something here with a touch, but there's no E that's available, so we don't really know. So ED also has an H in the back. That isn't really going to do much for you on this board. I'm just trying to see what else is even available. It's a very closed off board in its own right. Yeah, so that was the spot. That was exactly the spot. I even highlighted that in advance. Would be taken. So this is the player who's ahead right now, who's holding the J and is probably feeling pretty comfortable with the situation. And I kind of wonder, Raj over here, R-A-J here, looks best. Rouage? That's not good. I think they probably clicked on the wrong place and tried to play it. Yeah, no. That's no good. I bet that, yeah, so that was challenged off. I bet they actually had the cursor in the wrong place, thinking that they were playing up here and misclicked. That's got to be what happened. Because there's such a clear play there, typing in exactly that fashion. This is what happens if you click in the wrong place and then, or forget to move the cursor or something and then just type and hit enter. I bet that's what happened there. Because that makes no sense otherwise. Unless you genuinely thought the word was good. In which case, it wasn't even the best play anyhow. Like, there's a clear best play with those 3 tiles. That gives you, what? 44 points, I think, if you do Raj up top. And yeah, because, if you have that kind of situation, you potentially throw the game. That's a UCT, really? Huh. Nah, that's not a word. What's even going on here with these two? Like, they keep clicking on the wrong spot? Or... That is so weird that they both tried invalid plays in that spot. I wonder if they hit a snag with a UI. Oh no, he was trying to play duct. He was trying to play DUCT and just hit the wrong key. Huge miss there, not seeing Raj on the left side. But I guess that was a winning situation and one that also involved trying to look for the out in 2. Because the out in 2 might get enough points back to make up for that. So anyway, theirs is over. And yeah, they had a bit of a phony fest here in terms of where it's being thrown off the board. Nothing invalid stayed on the board, but it seems like this game had a few challenges going on from typos and whatever else. Anyway, we'll update the record here to show that I got the forfeit win for round 7. Nothing to analyze there, unfortunately. And we will see how the rest of the group is doing here. And yeah, my forfeited opponent was removed from the group. There's one game still going on. We can take a look very briefly. They're kind of in the ending right now with 4 tiles. Well, I mean, this is a very clear result, actually. This game was an absolute 300-point blowout. So, not much to look at here. This was just one player totally running away with it. What was a CH must have been hooked somewhere bad there. Rivalize is a nice find. Yeah, a lot of big plays. Just very one-sided. The talented triple is what did it actually. Talented for 140 here. What extended the lead to what it was. So yeah, let's hopefully get called into the next game once they get this one done. And just confirm the last move. Not much to look at in this one, I think. Yeah. This is just one of those where one player draws the bag and the other one sits back and watches and takes a slight time penalty to really push this to a 300-point spread. I don't know what they're doing. They just need to confirm that the last play is valid, which it is, incidentally. And otherwise, they just take a time loss here. Unless they just, for some reason, didn't realize it was their turn to confirm receipt of the defeat. That's the thing. You need to leave a buffer when playing on this platform in that because it requires you to confirm acceptance of your opponent's last play, you do it on your time, right? Like you run down the clock after the last move of the game, which is not what happens in a tournament situation. In a real world tournament situation, what happens is the clock pauses and you do get the opportunity to challenge if you wish, but your time doesn't burn down just from accepting your opponent's play. So it's a bit of a quirk of the platform, and they'll end up with the time loss here. Rivalizer is not good, by the way. Rivalize is good. Rivalizer does not go. It does not take the R. So that was an oversight by whoever accepted it. Anyway, they should be good for the next round now, so let's see what's going on. So yeah, they're currently trying to bring someone in for the remaining 3 rounds. I will not get a replacement game, but the remaining opponents are theoretically going to be paired so they don't have to sit out. Anyway, I'm first in this game. Let's go. So Azoic, or just Zoic. Azoic might be fine, unless I find something slightly better that would actually land the Z on the hotspot. I don't like keeping TT, but we might not have a good alternative to that. So currently I'm thinking Azoic. 38. Keeps TT. I don't like it, but that's enough turnover that maybe that's okay. Something that would go with this as an 8, maybe. And Zigzag. Oh yeah, I didn't think about Azotic. I don't think about 6s enough. That's way better because it lends to Z on the left side spot. And, welcome Zigzag, incidentally. Yeah, we had a bit of a break because we had the standard 15-minute break after round 6 that we usually run in this group, but then I had an opponent forfeit and drop out on me after that, so we've been sitting here, and this is my first game that I've played in nearly an hour on this stream. But it's been going all right today. So it says that I have a 4-3 record, but one of those was a forfeit, so we technically are on 3-3. And let's see what we can do with this here. Tempted to just go with like toy for 16 or something. We can do better than that. We can go actually just toy under here for much better. And yeah, that allows me to continue to the left with hooks. D also goes over Z for DZO, so we might potentially have something end with ED that goes over it. I like this. If we have something like an H for heatedly, or we might have something similar, then I don't really see a situation where we'll be given a tile so conveniently in that place, but we can look at that, and if not, there are other things we can do to continue that ED idea that we were talking about. Ideally, I would like to maybe get rid of the Y. Like, I think tide is good. 32 up here. We'll see. Otherwise, we'll just go day over here. Or well, no, we want to keep the D, so we maybe go lay. And so we have the ED idea still available up top. But I think first choice is probably just something like tide, unless we... Ooh, aerating is going to go down. Let's watch this carefully in case this actually gave me back something good. And yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is usually a pretty strong group, so... The thing about tide is that it does start to close off on the top left, and maybe we need these openings. But, you know, we can also just dangle everything. This does keep a little vowel heavy, but I don't know that we have a good way to deal with that if we want to get rid of the Y. Maybe if we go something like YE LT, that still keeps a TE though. 29 points here. Hang on. So 32 points here for ALE. Let me think about this, because... But then some heavy stuff can go over to Y as well, and this lexicon. However, LAT in that position does allow for E hooks underneath. Or just go I'd over here and give up on the D idea up top. That kind of doesn't really do much for me positionally, though, but it has a slightly better leaf. Maybe not enough to make that point sacrifice worth it, though. We need to not spend so much time on this stuff. Let's go with this. I actually don't know if this takes something like an S in front. Okay. Enamel, but not quite what we need with that. Yeah, the case for going YELD up top would have been that LAT allows more hooks on the bottom. Maybe we should have gone with that, but we had a couple of different things to balance there, like consonant vowel balance as well. The N might potentially do something with the G on the right side. We'll see. Also, we should always look at MEN and MAN as a suffix, because those tend to have potential, but the double L right now is a bit of an issue. Close to something like Alamond or something, but we don't really have that. Up top, maybe we can do something. I remember as Moy goodness, or I'm thinking of something else. I'm going to reconsider that for a moment. But I think it is Good and Collins. But oh yeah, no. What was I even thinking of? This, but it doesn't really continue up top. That's a problem. Is that right now Oi actually does leave me a lane that allows me to continue this way. We can, if we want to play off the same tiles, do something like this, and then LIT would actually give you hooks over top. Because then we can retain the opening. Can we fit like melange or something? Melange. Hang on. Am I spelling this correct? For 30. Leaves the A in a really risky spot. Doesn't really build our leave. It does kill the G spot, but then do we care about that? Also, I only just noticed that Tide drew a challenge. I actually didn't even think about that. Let's just take this. And yeah, that's starting to close off a bit. It's not going to be there very long. We need to do something about the VE situation here. Venal. I don't really like keeping DD there, but this does score 38. We've had a lot of duplicate situations that have been a little bit unpleasant to deal with. The other thing you could do is maybe, I'm trying to remember something like Veiled. 27. Yeah, DD is kind of bad, but you know what? Let's take the points. And totally regret it afterwards. It's okay, we'll keep it nice and vulnerable. Something like ODE up here at this point doesn't score very much, but it does leave openings. Now, the thing is, it's not like we need to stage a huge comeback or something, so it's not like we have to make tons of open space, but it feels a bit more comfortable on the board. And yeah, opponent challenged TYED. So we'll see. There might be something a little bit better to work with here. Even something like voted, keep ADE. That might be better. You kind of killed the left spot. There's this massive lane that's available here, though, right now. And either way, we'd be thinking about killing one of the triples. Left side scores more. We can even just go devoted if we want, big turnover, but I don't know that we necessarily need to go for that unless we are really concerned about drawing heavily into the bag. Keeping 1A with the current consonant vowel balance, maybe that's okay. It's only 3 A's in a bag. You might get a little vowel heavy out of this regardless, though. Do chocolate makers of the world use something called a melanger? I actually didn't know that. Waspies. Waspies? I don't really like it. I feel like it's something my opponent probably knows, but I should check it. It is good. Okay, so now we actually really do need more open space. This is technically still a lane up top. So we shouldn't just get rid of devoted, although it does open up more space up top. It's just that like having something like an ed ending is still a bit available. This kind of starts closing though. I don't know about this. Because yeah, bottom left is going to probably get killed off pretty quickly. We go devoted, that gives you a slight increase in points and opens up top left. It does get rid of our E, but we have 6 E's in a pool. We want to risk drawing that deeply. Yeah, let's do it. And I feared that would be a little vowel heavy coming out of that, and indeed that's the case. The problem with going voted and just like turning that corner down is that, you know, while you still technically have hooks over lead with things like sled, you don't have much room for expansion otherwise, unless someone does a tiny little parallel play over here. While this lane here is still available for something like a D ending, it's something that would also likely be closed down quickly. Like it doesn't take long to just, for example, just parallel play over here, and then you suddenly, the entire bottom left is gone, right? Like there's just no room for expansion there. Now, I don't really know what to do with this rack. This is a little bit dreadful. My opponent went beep over here. We may need to go like something like this. It's 18, but we need to do some vowel management. And it would have been nice to, yeah, that stretches out and kind of reopens the bottom left. Or something like a UN start. It's not very high potential, but keeps us in the game. This looks like it's going somewhere. Worm something. This looks like it's close to something. Very, very close to something. We should look at the down start, down something. No. The W is a problem right now. We can try to find some kind of small play for the W maybe, and actually, let's go mower like that. Keeps ENS. Scores 33. That looks good. S hook, remember, is still available up top. E ending is still available over here. N for UN is still available down here. Like, we have some possibilities if we get rid of the W that way and score. Okay, this is Santera, and there's something else in there too, I think. Santera and Anestra. And that's just the sevens. Santera, well, let's see what fits. So Santera will fit here for 64. I actually don't know if maybe there's something that stretches from the M as well. We should think about that for a moment because that's not impossible. We also have the triple spot here. That's better for either one of those, Anestra or Santera. So Santera would look like this. Anestra would look like this and dangle the E next to the big spot for a counterplay, so we should probably not do that. I think we'll just go Santera. The S there up top still basically opens up a lane to the left as well. I'm going to take a moment here to also see if there is something that would go down to G. It would need to be something like an ENG or ANG ending, and it would not stretch past that because of the C blocking away. I don't think so. Then I think we just have to go Santera. And now we're nearly even, and we have an interesting situation here because we did draw the other blank, but we have to do something about the J and the V. And we'll see what we can do with that. JEW is actually still good as a word in the WoW lexicon, like the uncensored North American one. I don't think it's good in Collins anymore, but Jewie is actually good. JEWIE is good in Collins, as far as I remember. We might have a spot for, I don't know, Goji somewhere or something similar. Ideally, we just try to get rid of both J and V. We don't need a bingo at this point, but we do need to make good use of the blank. And we need to be aware that X is still unseen. X is the biggest point scoring risk that we need to keep tabs on at the moment. But if we can get rid of some things. So interesting. Look at this parallel with Goji. It's actually 29. And it closes off the top spot here. And there's... Yeah, so at that point, we'd be basically committing to not using the blank for bingo. We'd be using the blank for flexibility, because we'd be closing down the most open lane by blocking off the S. But I'm trying to see if there's anything else that would be available. Oh, actually, there's still an S lane under EAT here. That's a lane. That's a very sneaky lane, but it exists. So those are the spots we're looking at. Okay, Krills is going to go down. And that does mean we'll have to rethink a little bit, but let's see if there's anything that we can do. It does kill a lot of the ideas that I had in mind. If we can find just some way to get rid of the J and the V and score decently while doing it, that would be ideal. But let me think about this. See, we could go like this. It does block off the eats lane, though. But at least it keeps pace with score. And again, we'd basically be thinking about the blank as a flexibility tool at this point rather than as a scoring tool. I don't know if that's the way to go about it, but we need to keep pace with score and not get too stuck with some of this stuff. And even if we forego bingo possibilities under eat, we might still have a winning path just by holding the blank, as long as we don't let my opponent hit something massive with the X. I don't have much time to think about this. We need to play... Yeah, so this kills the last lane. Do we want to go for it? Just looking at this carefully to see if we have maybe another possibility that isn't quite so shut down. We'll go for it. But we really need to do something about the V. Did I miss a spot for Roji? Oh, yeah, no. REW. Yeah, I didn't think about it. Ox is going to hit, unfortunately. 2 in the bag, and there is an S unseen. Well, frig. I'm taking a moment to look at this. There might be something better with it. 19 in that spot. Frig, 17 in this spot. In this spot. Yeah, the problem is that we still have to deal with the V, and V is such a bad endgame tile. It just gets you stuck everywhere, right? And let me inspect this carefully to see if we have something else that's a better way to deal with this. But the V is such a problem. Like, it's 2 in the bag, incidentally. So I think this is going to lose because we're going to draw into a situation where, like, I'll try to fit some kind of out in 2, but we're not turning over enough tiles to do so, and we're also just not scoring much. So what we could do is actually maybe we go something like big. Well, no, 2 eyes still out. Doesn't score anything. I don't see it. And we're running out of time. I don't see anything like a 2-tile play that will get me an opening. Because if we, for example, manage to play off VI somewhere, that opens up a spot. Maybe we can go for this and then we can find some kind of last minute play with a blank. That gets me over. This is within range that my opponent's not going to go out. We can potentially go out if we find a spot for like bogey or something. I have a minute to find something here. We might actually be able to do it, but I need to Vireo. Okay, so this scores 15. Or video for that matter. Over, no. VOE here. No, we will need to go out, so we need to have with that in mind. Nope. I don't think we'll get much with this. Maybe if we have we can find something with like fitting blank as an S over here. Oh no, that we don't have enough tiles to do that. Hang on. Yes, we do. V, S. Think about this. No, that doesn't go. E would have to go over here. No, it doesn't work. Vo over here for 22, but again, we would not be able to play out if we take that path, and I think we would lose. But Vo 22, I blank. We'll see, because if my opponent is at risk of doing out in 2, maybe that's the path. Because then, you know, we can always do IS or something in a little spot. SI here. Oh, do we have something that would go over S here? No, I don't see it. for SJOE. But essentially, if you have a second play available, you can go SI 12, or there are probably even better ones elsewhere, but IS here 15, with I kind of expect my opponent to take instead. Because then, so if I don't see an out and two play for my opponent, then we actually take this. Because then we can add that up to something decent. That's if we don't win outright with an outplay. I'm trying to see if there's a way to land a V on top of that. Like with an OE ending. Like, okay, so I'm on time now. Snug is going to go down there. Okay, so that spot has been cut off. But if we go like this, I don't think my opponent has an out. So maybe we've got 22 here, 15 in the other spot. Maybe we still have a path. I think we have to do it because I don't think 15 wins at this point. 15 is going to give me 15 plus 6, 21. That loses by a bit. So we have to take this, and then we have to threaten here with 14 seconds remaining. Let's see if we can find a better one. 10 here. 10 here. 6 here. I mean, I have to take it, and my opponent can't block it, right? Like, they have no plays that will block that spot. So the thing is, if I have a plus 15, that gives me up to 410. So my opponent needs something that is going to add up to a plus 5 or plus 6. Plus 5 for a tie, plus 6 for a win. Because right now we're looking at this path. Up needs plus 6. Because I'm unblockable, right? Like, that could potentially do it. And they're running out of time to decide, so let's see if they find it. Because if we take the 10-point penalty, then I think I definitely win. They're going to go over. Nope, they're not going to go over. Earn over there. 7 points. Yeah, I win. And, oh, actually, I kind of dirty flagged them by pushing them over for the confirmation. Actually, that would have been a tie. That would have been a tie, but I won it on time. Oh, that's very unfortunate for my opponent. That was a tie game, formally speaking, except the play confirmation pushed him over. Too bad. Yeah, I was thinking of Vireo before video. That's a Scrabble thing for sure. I don't know if we had a better sequence at the end. Anyway, we'll go back and look at that when we can, but we might be called into round 9 pretty soon. We can maybe look at a final play, but no, we need to confirm the next round. So yeah, so we technically win that, but you know, in an actual tournament rules game, you stop the clock and it would have been a tie game. So let's just take it and appreciate it for what it is. Not quite enough tiles for extortion or something. But let's update my record while I'm at it. It's going to be round 9. We had a technicality win just now, and then we had the forfeit win before that, so the record is somewhat inflated today. But yeah, Dr. Cliche was saying Jive or Jove earlier. Jove is no good. Juve is good, though. Juve. But I was definitely looking for something like a Jive spot somewhere earlier when we had to deal with the J and V, but we also had to deal with the G, so I needed the blank for flexibility. All right, let's think about this. I think this is just a pretty clear XI for 37. Unless we want to go OX on this side, because if we go OX on this side, then yeah, I don't like keeping the double T regardless, but then we don't have a massive counterplay over the D, over the ID spot, because some stuff could go there. Also, notice that O would go behind this for O void. So this would be one case for going XI, is that, well, hang on. That's that we have O void on the left, but I don't think that by itself is a good reason. I think we'll just go with this. And we will draw the O anyway. This is something. We have something here for sure, I think. But whether it will fit is a different question. Because this is actually very closed down right now, unless you go for ovoid. We should be looking at nines as well, but that would only be through V or D. Not nines, eights as well, but that would be from V or D. And yeah, we'd need an O start for the ovoid spot. Otherwise, we'd be looking at something else. I'm trying to see if there's something here that would just have S is blank, but I don't think so. I think we need to get rid of some of the duplication. And that does mean probably a very weak play somewhere. We're wasting too much time on this. This is a bit of a tough rack, though. See, the thing is, I would play through ovoid, but the thing is, I don't have a way to get rid of a T. We could just try to shed. Nah, that's shedding too much. Dit to keep the ovoid idea, or dot because we don't care and we want a better. Way. Oh, we have like a lotting, but that doesn't fit. This is too long a turn. We need to think about this. I'm gonna go here, and then I don't know if it's worth it to keep the ovoid idea though. Ditto to stretch out. This is terrible. There's nowhere to go. Yeah, let's see. How about this is a little too vulnerable to something like F coming back, but actually, you know what? We'll take it. This is terrible. Okay, we have Townier, we have Waitron, etc. Townier, Noutier also goes with that. We still don't have something that will just go cleanly, though. Yeah, luckily the F did not hit in the really tough spot up there. So this is still a problem. I'm trying to see if we have something from the F. Front something, or something front. Hmm. We don't have the right kind of vowels to fit with any of this. However, if you just go ow over here, do we want to keep 3 consonants instead, or do we want to drop the N here? You know what? We're just going to do this. There's no way we can miss this turn, right? In fact, I'm trying to see if there is something with the F this time. Dealers, okay, fine. Actually, I don't know if ovoid will take an S. I'm going to challenge it just in case. It's good. I don't know if it would only have been a noun or something. It was worth checking. We'll probably just do minters or something this turn. I don't see that we'll do much better unless we have some way of... Yeah, just drop the M over there instead. That's better. Leaves more space. Scores more. Let's actually... Oh, we won't be able to parallel through here, unfortunately, because the L blocks too much. Let's not waste too much time. Let's just take it. I won't be able to do anything with a Z up here, unfortunately. Not yet. However, Z spot here is not going to be there anymore. Fine. Zing is going to fit 67. We're taking it. We're just taking it. Don't even need to think about that one, unless there was some massive play we were missing somewhere else. Yeah, so Zigzag, you were saying it was a tie in that previous game after Vo. Yeah, the thing is, that was the only scoring path that I could find to get even close. So I didn't see a better way to do that. But I didn't have enough time to really work out the math and see if I could find that 5-point play for my opponent that ended up going down. I'm trying to see if I can do something going down here with some of what I have right now. Because I should really shed some of this stuff. Or, well, I mean, I'm spending so much time on this. Let's see. Fiddle? I don't know. Keeping BG, none of that. I don't even know if piddle's good. Like, if something is piddly. Binged. No, we don't have an N there. What am I doing? Bilge. Bilge. I'm not sure that takes the D. We need to pick something. Burning so much time. Well, let's just go piddle. I don't even know if that's good. Look at that. This is terrible. I'm so far down in time. This is going to be an exchange rack, though. There's no way I can play out of this. Probably keep R is what I'm thinking. Like, dump everything, keep R. Piddle is good. It got challenged. Unless we see a really obvious foul play to play through. Nice find there, Telak up top. I have to exchange. 23 vowels. It is vowel heavy right now. So we might even keep more than just the R, like keep CR or something. But it's about half and half. And of course, we'll pick up 2 U's in a situation when a Q is already on the board. And Ziggsy, you found a win by 2 for Vo under Waspies in that game. Yeah, I need to go back and look at that. That was absolutely one of the more interesting situations today. Now, unless we can find a way to get rid of both U's at once, I think we have to do this. Alirone through the L. That's going to be the bingo if it remains open. I don't know that it will. There might be something else as well. I'm looking at a T right now. I think it's a little too vowel heavy otherwise. I've looked at like every bingo that exists with 5 vowels out of 7 or out of 8. So if there is something else, I will hopefully spot it. But whoops. But Alirone is the play if it's available. If it's not available, we need to do some kind of dump. And it's such a hot spot there that I didn't expect it, and my opponent will bingo. Anyway, that's okay. We just need to take it because we see it. And because I'm down in time, we have the Y for the spot over here. A lot of the big stuff is gone at this point. The heaviest thing that can go there is K. I don't know that I really have a particularly good play with Y there. We can go boy for 35. That might be best, even though it keeps double I, which is never fun. And that's going to be taken anyway. However, if we find some way to get rid of some of that stuff, like I want to get rid of an I, we have some possibilities here, for instance. We can also just go nosy because piddle is good. Actually, I like that. 44. It doesn't quite get me close enough, though. With the BII leave, I'm still kind of behind by about 30 after this play, so... Well, we just need to draw better, I guess. Eva here is 32. It opens up a spot beside the A for a follow-up with the B or the W. So if we're kind of thinking in terms of a scoring path that is not a bingo path, that is maybe one way to think about it. Because, you know, we're not in any kind of bingo position at this point with 9 tiles in a bag. We're just not going to get one. So we need to plan accordingly. Nuggets, well, that's too bad. Yeah, we're just going to straight up lose this at this point. It's too far gone. It's 2 tiles in a bag. It's too far gone. We don't have a path. However, if we do this, then maybe we potentially have a draw into CH for which or something down the right side. Realistically, what's probably going to happen is my opponent steps on it with an H or an M with a different play that scores way too much. Yeah, I think we have to do it. And watch this. It's going to be something going down here, like match, for instance. Match is just going to run up the score and take it to the 500 range. So we'll just finish this game. It's one of those where you know you're losing a little before the end, and you just have to deal with it. I'm trying to see if there's something through here. Not really, because we have nothing over the A, except the A. Drew another challenge because my opponent's confident in winning at this point, I'm sure. Yeah, we don't have a really hit. Okay, Oh, no. We just knew the whole rack. They just either missed match or have some out in two plan that doesn't involve it. That was a little strange. I felt like we found a much better play there for them. But I guess we'll just go swab. And see what the finish is going to be here. Swap. I don't remember if that's good with an O as well. I know swap is good as SWOP, but there are a bunch that have the uncommon spelling that swaps out the A for an O, and I just can't keep those ones straight either. We will at least keep my opponent under 500 once we make the final play here. We'll just have to see where to go with it first. So Ion here is 8. Sure, we can do better. We'll just take a moment to look, since there's not much to play for at this point. IO here is 6. What did I say Ion for 8 up here? I think we just take it. But yeah, no need to optimize. We're losing this one, so. And yeah, Zigzy, the previous game, I will have to go back to it at the end of the session because that's one of the end games I absolutely wanted to look at. Okay, we actually ran up to score decently well in a losing game here, considering that I was far behind in a way that did not seem recoverable. I think by the time I was playing Nosy, I was kind of thinking like this was a game that at this point is going to be a pretty tough climb. Like Nosy is one of those where you're kind of giving up on a huge swing and you're just thinking, okay, maybe I get a scenario where I close up the score a little bit. But when Nuggets went down, I think it was pretty clearly over. And Nuggets came down after Nosy. If Nuggets hadn't come down, I think we're still fighting at that point, as you can see from the scoreline. And my opponent, I think, had a pretty big miss there from not going for match. But anyway, that's round 9. We will maybe step through it quickly and wait for round 10. So it was just round 8 that we need to look at in the late session after the break. So let's step through while we're waiting for the next round to be called. Yeah, pretty ugly rack on that side. Ox actually does come out best in terms of the eye having a slightly higher valuation with this sleeve. Like, it favors keeping I rather than O. That's not accounting for O void, of course, since we're not looking at anything but equity. Volatant, I don't think I would have seen it. Volitant. How far down was my actual play? Yeah, look at this. That. Oh, I didn't even think about the Oxo hook. Too much tunnel vision for keeping the O for ovoid. I did not see actually a fairly obvious hook there, but as you can see, everything is pretty low scoring if you don't see Volatant. Nothing's that good. You kind of max out at 16 on this play if it's a miss. And then, yeah, Ow, we didn't see that spot for it, I guess, but I was thinking I wanted to open. because we were very likely to hit on the next turn. So yeah, interim scored 74. Minter scored 74 though. That was fine. And then, oh, that's kind of interesting. My opponent held Q at this point already and didn't see the spot, or just chose not to take it because of potentially paranoia about the risk next to E, or something like a Z play. And I was pretty close to one too. I just didn't have the vowels to make it happen. Because there was quite a lot that I could have done with a Z there if I just held other vowels. But Zing is a very clear counterplay by a wide margin. And Zoot is the clear play to that by a wide margin. Fiddle, I'm glad I trust some instincts on that. Bilged is, I think, just flatly better in some ways, but you know, you've got 5 points up on the equity for the same score, but even that notwithstanding, you have the triple nut opening up for hooks below. So I just kind of shied away from bilge as a verb. But now that I look at it, yeah, it's very intuitive. Fiddle did draw a challenge at least. And yeah, at this point, yeah, my opponent just doesn't see this spot, actually. Because if you play here, that's still vulnerable to some pretty heavy plays up top over the A. It's just that I couldn't do anything here. So this was the correct exchange. Even accounting for the very vowel-heavy pool. Verb would play there, but, you know, why would you do that? With that kind of leave. Ooh, missed for Nell. They might not have been confident about Piddler. Cleanser is in that rack as well, but there's no place for it, as you can see. Zigzy, speaking of endgames, you had a crazy one the other day with a rack of V Wally and VWALLEY, and your opponent had Pit. Interesting. You were down 15 and you were threatening tip and par for 15 with a second best pity for 9. And it seems like a dire situation until after 7 minutes of thought you realized the YGO is valid and you could block the 15-point spot. I'd have to kind of see this to visualize it. I'd have to actually look at that game too. Totally capture what was going on there, because I can't reconstruct that kind of position blindfolded, but I see what you're getting at. I actually did not see up run. We should have thought about it. Run. But if I couldn't find a way to get rid of both U's, then the Puce presented itself nicely. Tellerans is going to go down. It's the only bingo, but it's an easy one to see. Aliron is the only one. And it'll go down. Wow, look at that. So my opponent actually draws into a whole bunch of things here and doesn't hit them. Burgies, bug eyes, etc. And what do we have here? We have nosy here, but in by is actually favored. Oh, that looks nice, actually. It does kind of close off over here, but you know, you got this massive lane. You got this massive lane. You got a nice sleeve, decent score. I actually like this play a lot. And of course, at this point, the opponent's going to hit something pretty easily. Nuggets is actually the lowest scoring possibility, but it does kill off most comeback hopes at this point. I don't think I knew Bivia. Interesting. And yeah, match we saw. And my opponent actually dropped a lot of value there, but not getting it in the endgame sequence. And yeah, swap, as I suspected, is good with the O. I was trying to remember. It had to be one of those two, and it just depended on what the out and two was going to be. Micra would have actually gone out here. Interesting. Oh, it's a plural of micron. Or synonym of micron, one of the two. And was Ion actually top there? Yeah, it is. IO in the other position down here, or OI. But you don't do better than 8 points on that play. So we're still kind of waiting right now. We might go back to see what's going on. Yeah, so we are supposed to have one more round, but I don't quite know what's going on with the pairings or anything else. And we haven't had any insight into that, so just give me one moment. We'll check what's going on, and if we have time, we'll just run over the previous board as well, since the endgame was interesting. And yeah, they had to handle the opponent who dropped out and forfeited, because everybody in the pairings after that was affected. And I don't think they managed to get a replacement. So currently, after that game, we still have one going. That's why. Yeah, near the bottom today, unfortunately. We had a couple of rough patches, but maybe we could still finish on one more win. Even if we did benefit from one forfeit and one that really should have been a draw. So, yeah, let's step through this one. This one was interesting. As we were saying, Azotic, clearly best if you wanted to stop and take a look at it instead of keeping two T's. Qubit takes the eye on the end. I knew that, but it's difficult to miss that in a moment. I don't think I knew lighted, at least not confidently enough to have played it. And then, yeah, lots of possibilities here, especially if you see the eye hook, but even so, our rating keeps things volatile for quite some time. What did I even do on this turn? Okay, tied. Lots of other possibilities, actually. Look at this wonderful overlap on eyelid. And some other stuff we don't know, like Dalgite. Burrowing marsupial. Yeah, so we had a bit of tunnel vision for the D hook on top of Z. Oh, I also should have considered this A hook on top of it as something that would score similarly if you have an overlap that nice. And my opponent is stumping vowels and misses a significantly better one. But again, that's because it seems like it's a blind spot for the eye hook. And yeah, Zigzag, that's the thing. I wasn't actually 100% on tied with the S. Now that I look at it, it's one of those where I realize, okay, no, that's obviously the case. But I actually kind of wanted it to stay open at that point. Now, we don't really have time to map this all out. It looks, who missed ass wipe? My opponent missed ass wipe. Oh, that's when they played Waspies. Very kind of them not to play ass wipe over there instead, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I actually didn't see Deodate. I wouldn't have been confident in that one. Okay, we do have to confirm into the last game, so we can't really step through the end game. But if I remember, we'll go back to this one because it got so interesting in what was technically the drone situation. Yeah, I'm just going to step through the last few things and then we'll confirm the next round. Okay, final round of the day. It will be a rematch, and I will be first. Now, let's see if I want to actually play through this or exchange into it. I'm trying to find something that will go. Like, could go armor here. Armor, well, you would have like IES on the end and stuff like that. That's a little bit of an, that's a little bit of extension bait. And that's not for very many points. Maybe there's something that allows you to start or end with the M. But I'm not going to take too long looking at this. I think I just want to shed some of this stuff and open up. We could have done a 3-tile play as well, maybe. The thing that we definitely wanted to do was undouble a bit, though. So if we just did ram in the middle for nothing and open short, that would have been... oh, you know what? We have the Y hook on Armory. That could be interesting. And then try to get rid of the P that way. Totally looks like I set this up. But, ooh, look at that extreme. What an extreme play. I guess we should think about whether we can do something here now, and then we can get pwned by my remaining rack. And then YE would also dangle for both Z and W. Now, if we don't take that spot, it'll probably be taken. But the thing is, I don't really have a good way to deal with it. I don't think so, anyway. Because, yeah, we might not really have a play that will go there. I think we keep to the original idea that I had. The only thing is... Oh, actually, no, you could go PYA, maybe. But then you keep WU, and it's terrible. I think my opponent's likely to take it, but then we might be able to follow up under the E with something, so... I think we'll go with something like this. I'm just trying to see like what actually opens up best. And yeah, Dr. Cliche, what do you even imagine a wax pundy is? Oh, look at that. Luckily for us, my opponent drew all vowels and couldn't play over the X. Now, I still have this U to deal with that we don't have a good way to handle, but this is not the worst situation you could be in. And then we'll have this. I believe Gaunted might be good. Or no, I'm thinking of Gaunter. Hang on, but we can have on something. I'm not sure about ungated. Something like untagged probably, but let's think about this because I am sure we have something here. I just need to pick something that was plausible and will also fit. DAUTING, actually, dotting, if we have a place for it, which I don't see. We don't have a place. Daunting would also work if it had somewhere to play through.
And welcome, Luca, incidentally. Hope you've been well. Yeah, so we need to figure out a way to do this. Maybe if we just go Gaunt and keep deep link, then we can extend the board a little bit, because right now we don't have enough room to play. And if I don't see a vowel spot, and we would only see one if we have an S under OE probably, or we have something like an E N or AN or something ending over there. Duotang? Or is that a... No, that's a brand. It doesn't fit anyway. I'm looking at this and I'm liking it right now. The other thing is if we can find a 9 over the middle. Or even a double-double over the middle. Like through here. I'm actually looking at this seriously now. Let's see. I don't think so. I think we need to get rid of some of this stuff. And we draw 4 O's. Ooh. Much ado about nothing. Spent so long optimizing out. Ooh, one tile play. My opponent is fishing. Going on a fishing trip here. Dangling that hook. I might even just go 0-0 on top of that. Likely they'll have something to follow up on the right side, because 0-0 does take a number of hooks, but we might as well try to make things inconvenient. Still too many vowels. There might be something, but no, I don't know that I see it. We still need to get rid of more O's. Yeah, something was going to go down. That is just one possibility. Now, we may have something here, but the thing is, it's a little hard to see. Like I said, I've looked at everything that's 5 vowel bingo, or 7s and 8s, but it doesn't necessarily mean that I have good recognition for it. So we might just keep going, like 0-0. Open a triple lane. Either that or we just go roux here. But then we want more lanes, right? So we can go maximum volatility and take the 10 points here. This is so silly. And play 0-0 2 turns in a row. Now, something wide, maybe. Or worried. This will fit. We have 2 spots for it, actually. Here. Here. Now, if there's a play through the R here, that potentially blocks both. So we need to be prepared for that situation, because I would actually say that's somewhat likely. Okay, that's very nice. That's absolutely good. We'll take the right spot then for 89, and we're still a bingo behind. Look at that. Look how close we are to Vuvuzela. but not quite. We can play vulva somewhere, maybe. We have a spot for it. We don't have a spot for it because the V's are so inconvenient. Hif. I don't think I know Hif. I'm going to check this one. Yeah. ETY has been returned to the bag, so those were the draws. So my opponent does not hold Y. You know what? We actually do have a place for vulva. My opponent holds HFF and is having constant trouble. I think this will be good. This is a good play, actually. Does vulva take an E on the end, I wonder? Maybe. This is something. This is... not quite areolan. Well, let's see. Exchange 7, yeah. No, hang on. Doesn't quite go over something. Not quite over lane. We're actually close to something. I just can't see what it is. I guess we'll probably just try to play something on the V side regardless and just try to shed vowel somehow. I'd like to get rid of OA. But we might actually just go... I actually think Veronal is good. But don't take my word for it. It does dump a lot of tiles that are kind of close to a bingo, but if we catch and score, maybe that doesn't matter too much. I don't know, or we'll just have to take something shorter. Valor. I like that, actually, Valor. I like that a lot better, in fact. Keep A and E. Okay, now this is looking pretty good. We want to score somewhere with the F and the H. But if we can do that, then we're in a good situation, maybe. Things are closing off a bit, though. Notice that the center position, it just kind of barely reaches. You still have the open lanes going down this way. I'm trying to see here if we can find a good way to play through. This might be a situation where we even just do a little one tile scoring play, actually, just to continue fishing. I don't like keeping H is better than keeping F, but if this is how you score, this is how you score. Either that or go FA up top here. I like that, actually, 21, keeping shine. I have to make sure we're not missing something here. That's a 7, because quite possibly we are. The Y is inconvenient, but the Y can be played off as a single for 21. The Y can also be played off on the left side with the A for 33, which actually will be better. So Yak will be first choice there, I think. But we should, of course, look to see if we have anything going on here. Yeah, Y is so difficult to deal with sometimes. The C looks like it synergizes so well with the H that we're holding, but don't have a way to deal with it. So let's just keep scoring. So close to zithers or something. Zeniths. Zenith. Is how you spell Zeniths? Yes, it is. We don't actually have a place for it, though. Chintzes, though. Chintzes is good. Chintzes. 138. We're taking it. I'm pretty confident about this one. In fact, it might even be good, like with no S, but still keeping the E. Yeah. Did I miss hyacinths in a previous one? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I've often heard this saying from someone that I play with regularly that if you're holding a Y on your rack, two things are true. You have a bingo and you're not going to find it. Okay, looking at what my opponent has right now, there are some possibilities. They don't have enough consonants. They don't have enough vowels, rather, to make this lane a possibility in any kind of strong way. But absolutely, there are some possibilities in the pool through E, possibly even some things going through T. So if we can find some way to obstruct both, that would be great. I think it's a little difficult to obstruct both with what we're looking at right now. But we might be able to outrun. The issue is there's one tile in the bag, and I think we just want to dump stuff. And then chances are we pick up a constant and we need a place to go to J. Now, the place to go to J would obviously be J and then D up here, if we can get it. Jade would be 50, in fact. Actually, if we just play Jade right now, then we can sustain a bingo and still win. I was originally thinking, why wouldn't you just go something like peg first just to obstruct, and then we have Jade as a follow-up play if it's available. But actually, we don't want to risk that. We just want to draw one in a peg and such and take 50 and try to stay ahead. And we still have pegged as a possibility in a couple of different spots. Like, oh, no, BI is going to go down. And I don't know if there's an outplay on this one. I don't see one that I would be confident about trying. So I think we just take this one and we'll get over 500 and have a big finish at the end of the day. There might be an outplay there, but we don't know enough words. Yeah, when I saw that Jade actually scores 50 there, I was thinking, okay, no, you clearly just take that first and you don't even lose to a bingo at that point, because worst case, you have a triple with a B on the double, and you can just do the mental math without even looking for a bingo, and you're going to be ahead. Does Ran even take an S? I don't even know. Let's hand my opponent 5 points just to check. No, it doesn't take an S. And because I'm just thinking, like, how many Kurosawa remakes are there anyway? I see Delhi here for 5. And that is probably going to be best, because I don't see anything that even resembles an outplay that isn't just a trivial 2 or 3 pointer otherwise. So let's just take it. Okay, so we actually won 2 challenges that time, HIFF, RANS, and Chintzes was just great. Extremely convenient, because I was starting to think, oh, we don't have a spot for Zenith. Especially when the dot came down here, because we might have had a spot for Zenith over here, I think, before that was the play, because dot came down right before that, right? So I was actually looking for a spot for Zeniths. I didn't even see this spot yet. And then I saw Chintzes, and I was thinking, wow, that's going to hit so hard. But we will finish today on a dubious record of 6-4. And I say dubious for anyone joining us late, because one was a forfeit win from somebody who dropped out, and one really should have been a draw. But we had the situation I talked about where on this platform it's possible to go overtime while you're just confirming your opponent's last play, which doesn't happen in real life. And that was an unfortunate situation where a tie game got pushed into a win for us. And we want to go back to look at that ending after we look at this game. But that's all for today's session in terms of the actual playing. So let's do a quick look at this one. Although, once Chintzes went down, we had a pretty clear path. Ramrod, didn't see it. Quite nice, actually. But yeah, nothing here is really that strong. Extreme would have gone on top for Extremer. But my opponent went for the highest scoring placement here instead. Exameter, very nice. That's a lot of meters, 10 to the power of 18. But yeah, the extreme overlap was extreme. RE is kind of vulnerable to his Z follow-up, though, if you look at that. And yeah, I looked at this play. I didn't really want to keep W and U, but I guess that would have been outweighed by just what a big score that is. You'll notice that by equity, keeping W, U, and D is kind of a -8 relative to the 38 that you're scoring. But 38 is still pretty good, and this is a sizable point sacrifice. But I wanted to keep things open, I guess. Maybe that doesn't keep things open because you actually make the little square corner there. Either way, whether you go YUP or PUY, you're going to be locking out a particular corner. So maybe we had some issues there finding what to do. Serbia doesn't get seen, unfortunately. And yeah, my opponent on this turn absolutely has vowel trouble. And at this point, we jump on that spot. Ibex is going to go. Gaunt is actually doing pretty well there. That was pretty valid. I would not have wanted to just keep the U in this kind of situation. If you're building towards a bingo, you're not keeping the U. Iris 8 got missed. Wow. Hard fit to see there, though. This is one that also goes with Ariest. Ariest doesn't have a spot, which tells you how tightened up everything is on this board. And then look at this. This play actually recommends exchange 4 O's. But by equity is pretty close to just playing 0-0. I think playing 0-0 was partly affected by the fact that my opponent just fished off 1, and while they were pretty likely to follow up with a bingo even if I did play 0-0, yeah, actually, because we wanted to get into a playable position as soon as possible, knowing that a bingo is very likely for my opponent, I think, in retrospect, exchange 4 is actually going to come out stronger. Because, if you're still keeping 2 O's, you're probably still not going to have a play next turn. So, anyway, lots of choices for my opponent here, and no choices for me, but the leave is considered very, very strong. Skyline got missed. Look at that. Beautiful word, but it did not get played. Yeah, score's much less to go over here, but that's what happened. We find the best spot for Wearied over here. If is a phony, and we spot that correctly, and we get it out. I saw vulva. I did not see valvula. Valvula, look at that. Oh, a small valve, also a valvule. How many double V words are you ever going to look at, right? So yeah, vulva does take the E on the end. We did see that. It scores 5 points better, and it's valued at 3 points better. Slightly better consonant vowel balance there. You'll notice there are only 3 E's in a pool at this point, though. So if I'm kind of in catch-up mode, I'm clinging onto E's maybe a little more than usual. Which is also why we went with Valor in the turn after that. So yeah, look at this. This is an exchange from all consonants. Although there were actually plays here. If my opponent was keen on trying to outrun. So as I suspected, no bingos on this rack. Veronal is good. We did see that. And actually it does well. It's valued over Valor, but simply because it scores more. Again, I'm kind of hanging on to dear life for ease at this point because of the whole situation. And because of the hooks that we're potentially looking for. And yeah, this is a play where I was looking at this and thinking, well, we didn't know that my opponent had such a nice rack at a time, but, you know, small play with a Q is actually very defensible there rather than dumping too much. Not really an S-hook board anyway, apart from the OE spot. Anyway, no bingos over here as we saw, and Fa is best by equity. And then opponent is still trying to put something together. This is the point where I miss Hyacines, but Yak does pretty well if you miss it. And in the end, it worked out because we found the spot that we wanted for Chintz is here, which on this turn is the only bingo, with Zenith being blocked on the right. And look at that, my opponent missed a fishnet. But then that's a tough fit. You have to see the F or FE, which I know, but which is difficult to spot. But fishnet is a little bit easier to spot over here. We had a rack that was actually pretty close to fishnet as well when we had the F and the H, but we had the A to also deal with in that situation. So yeah, Jade clearly best at this point by a huge margin. Webinars, that would have been nice. Look at that beautiful extension there. But we were well ahead at that point, so no risk of losing. Pegged is going to get us ahead best. And my opponent just gifts me a play here. So there was 1 point better over here. You saw the overlap up here. So, okay, in the end, we take the win. And technically finish with a winning record, although... what's that dog beside my username? So recently, they finally patched in tags for people who donated to the initial Kickstarter to get this platform running. They also have a couple of other icons now for people who are verified as actual titled players. So the people who are internationally certified as grandmasters, international masters, etc., now have a special icon besides themselves as well. There are also some additional icons for people who have contributed to actually developing the platform, like people who did some of the artwork or some of the streamers who are bigger than I am in this particular scene. So there are a couple of special icons to go around. But yeah, the heart of it is that in 2020, when they launched the platform, I donated to the Kickstarter. And so I am a founder and I get a little founder badge that tells you exactly what kind of pup I paid for. Okay, let's take a look at the round 8 ending again, because again, that was one of the more interesting situations today. We had a couple of close situations. We had a loss by 3. We had a really close win early on in round 2 as well that we looked at. And then, of course, there was the tied situation where Zigzy was mentioning earlier the ending sequence that was a 2-point win. I did not get a chance to look at that, so maybe we want to go back and find out more about it. So let me go back over it and see what we can do. We'll also get a chance to look at how the standings shook out at the end because everybody's finished at this point. And yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah. So the director actually removed himself from the standings. I think he was just trying to remove himself from the last round because somebody needed to sit out the last round. But So we know that this is not his actual record. He's a very good player. And so in the standings that remained, we wound up kind of middle of the pack, which is usually where we are with this group. And so, yeah, kind of messed up the standings a bit that the director also just kind of removed himself from the pool entirely. But let's take a look at this thing again. Okay, we'll go back to the ending and we'll try to step through it a little more slowly. And so, yeah, we looked at most of this stuff. We looked at the asswipe miss, the deodate miss. I think deodate is Collins only as well. I would have passed it by probability otherwise, I think. But this was where we went devoted instead of voted, because we needed to open things up a little bit. And then here, oh, I didn't see this overlap. That spot paid off for us later, so. At this point, I was thinking we needed more spots to just open up. The U as a start is a bit of a long shot, but we do have the N for UN and goes, so. This would have kind of opened things up, but I'm not drawing into a particularly good rack. Anyway, at this point, it's very clear Q play for my opponent here. No bingos on this rack, so women would have also gone instead of mower, and despite scoring 1 point less, it's valued at a little more because the ERS leave comes out that far ahead of ENS. I think this was fine though. Because look at this. At this point that I'm playing this, you have 3 N's in the pool, 4 R's in the pool, and that kind of stuff absolutely affects your decision making this late in the game because you know duplicates are coming for somebody. And this is where we saw Centera pretty clearly to play. Grills goes down over here. So I do find the best play by equity on this turn. Roji, again, was available for a few more points. Keeping GV blank lets that shake out as about equivalent because GV blank as a leave is just so poorly valued, even with the blank in there. So yeah, at this point, we were definitely kind of thinking of the end game in terms of how to use the blank in a way that's not the bingo, and X was bound to come down, and so Virgin over here, I didn't see that, but 2 in a bag. I guess this increases your chances of actually going out in 2, though. You got Frig over here. And then this is when we start to get into the endgame sequence, where I do, in fact, have an out at this point, but it does not get me over the line. This, if you play it right away, it loses by 2. Because you get 18 points off of it plus... Oh, no, wait, maybe it doesn't. We're 32 behind at this point. So yeah, no, it loses by actually a little more than 2. You score 18 off of it. You add 6, so you get plus 24 off of it. This gets you up to 397. You lose by 8. So doing a 2-play sequence is the right idea. This is something that equity will not show you. You need to actually walk through an endgame. Now, the spot that we missed apparently was a VOE. Oh, over here, I guess. This must have been the spot we were talking about under Waspies. So if you have VOE over there, well, let me take a look at the points because that play actually was kind of mapped. That's an additional 2 points. My opponent's holding N and R. They don't have an out regardless. So the 2-point gain there would be enough to put me over comfortably by 2 points. I think this was the thing that Ziggsy mentioned. Yeah, and then we have the same sequence because we still have the unblockable IS. I just didn't see that spot. Maybe I had a bit of a blind spot for the PAV there. We were also down to the minute, and I knew that we had to have the 2-play sequence at that point. I knew that we couldn't go out, but not enough time to really work out the arithmetic and find what my opponent would be looking for. The thing about endgame plays when you're looking for an opponent sequence is that you're never going to be looking as hard for your opponent's plays as they are looking for their plays if they're in a situation where they need to make a critical play to win, right? Like they're going to be considering everything and searching desperately. And that kind of desperation sometimes is going to give them vision for some things that you're going to miss yourself when you're trying to guess what the route is going to be. A case in point, the mixer and mixes situation that we had in the game earlier today, where I didn't fully consider my opponent's possibilities, especially when I myself was down on time. And so I did not see this spot here that allowed my opponent to follow up and close most of the difference with ERN, which is a +5 because you've got the +7 -2 for the remaining tile. And we knew that it was going to be a +5 to draw, but I wasn't looking hard enough with the time that remained to find that for myself. And indeed, look at this. Yeah, no, all of these come out to a -5 for my opponent. They all come out to the same, depending on the tiles that are kept, because yeah, you have an extra +2 points face value, but an extra -2 in the endgame accounting. So yeah, a couple of really close ones today. And, you know, absolutely this should have counted as a draw, but that's just how it shakes out. And that's just what happens when you wind up in time problems in online format. In real life tournament games, you're allowed to go overtime by over a minute. You just lose 10 points per minute up to a certain point. And past a certain threshold, which sometimes could be as extreme as 10 minutes, usually, then you get into a forfeiture. But I've definitely had situations where somebody is thinking, okay, I'm 40 points behind. I can try to find a bingo that's going to be 70 or 80 points, and I'm just going to willingly go 2 or 3 minutes overtime to try to find it because it's a do or die situation. But that's the situation we were in, and my opponent gets the 10-point time penalty at the end, and that's why we squeaked by in this game. Okay, so that is it for today's session. And yeah, it's too bad that we basically missed out on one game due to a dropout. But we still got some decent games in. We also got some terrible games in, to be honest, but it's always going to be a bit of a spread of quality when you're playing this many in a row. And once again, thank you so much for joining me for whichever part of the session you were able to make today. And it's always nice to get a chance to show off this game a bit and show off a little bit of how things work at, I suppose, mid-level competitive play in terms of the mindset and the analysis and so on. And also uncover all the mistakes that I was making, of course, which is a valuable learning experience for me. This group has been running fairly regularly, as I've said, at this time, which is why we've been able to stream it relatively often. And hopefully that will continue with a somewhat stable player base on a more or less weekly basis. So hopefully much more Scrabble content to come, but for now we will pass you folks on to somewhere else. So thanks for watching. And until we meet again for the next thing on the program, which will just be a continuation of Mio Memories in Orbit, which we've been steadily progressing through on the midweek streams. Have a wonderful time with everything that you may be playing on your side of things. And as always, fare thee well.